Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still can't believe I'm finally writing this down. For years, I've kept quiet about what happened in that house, mostly because I was afraid people would think I was making it up or losing my mind. But after talking with my therapist about it, she suggested that sharing might help me process everything, so here goes. Back in 2015, my family moved into what seemed like a perfectly normal house on the outskirts of Melbourne. It wasn't fancy or anything, just a modest two-story place with 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a small kitchen, and a living room. Nothing special, nothing that would make you look twice. My parents were excited because they'd finally saved enough for a down payment after renting for years. I was 19 then, still living at home while studying at uni, and my little sister Emily was just 5. The first year was completely normal. I remember thinking how lucky we were to find a decent place we could afford. Mum had decorated it with all our family photos, and Dad had fixed up the garden out back. Emily had settled into her new school and made friends in the neighborhood. I had a part-time job at a cafe between classes and was enjoying my first year of university. Everything seemed perfect. It was almost exactly a year after we moved in when the first incident happened. I remember it was a Tuesday evening in July, middle of winter in Australia, so it was already dark outside by 6 p.m. I was heading upstairs to my room after dinner to study for an exam I had coming up. I was about halfway up the stairs, right at that middle landing where they turn, when I heard it. "Hey!" It was a man's voice, low, raspy, just above a whisper. It sounded like it came from right behind my left ear. I froze mid-step, my blood running cold. The voice was so clear, so distinct, but also somehow wrong. It didn't sound like my dad, who was the only other male in the house. Dad has a booming voice that carries through walls. This was nothing like that. This was intimate, like someone whispering a secret directly into my ear. I spun around, nearly losing my balance on the stairs. There was nobody there. "Dad!" I called out, but I could hear him and Mum chatting in the kitchen downstairs, their voices distant but clearly coming from the other end of the house. Emily was watching TV in the living room. I could hear the cartoon sounds. I stood there for a solid minute, my heart pounding in my chest. I told myself I had imagined it, that maybe it was just the house settling or the wind outside. Old houses make weird noises, right? Except our house wasn't old at all. It had been built in the 90s. I eventually convinced myself it was nothing and continued to my room, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that settled over me. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept thinking I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my bedroom door. I didn't tell anyone about it. What was I going to say? I heard a voice on the stairs. It seemed silly in the light of day. About a week later, I was in the exact same spot on the stairs when it happened again. This time, it wasn't a word. It was the sound of someone coughing, followed by a low, childlike giggle. Again, it sounded like it was right beside my ear, but when I turned around, there was nothing there. The giggle had this weird quality to it, not like Emily's laugh at all. It was mischievous, malicious even. This time, I ran the rest of the way up the stairs and slammed my bedroom door shut. I sat on my bed trying to calm my breathing. I considered telling Mum, but I knew she'd just say I was being dramatic. Dad would probably suggest it was the neighbors or something from outside, so I kept it to myself again. For a while after that, things were quiet. Occasionally, I'd feel like someone was watching me when I was alone in my room, or I'd get this sudden chill walking through certain parts of the house, especially near that middle landing on the stairs. But there were no more voices, no more inexplicable sounds. I started to convince myself I had imagined the whole thing. Fast forward 3 years to 2018. I was 22 by then, in my final year of university. Emily had just turned 8. We'd been living in the house for 4 years, and except for those 2 incidents on the stairs during that first year, everything had been normal. It was a Sunday afternoon in March. Mum and I were in the kitchen preparing lunch while Dad was in the backyard mowing the lawn. Emily had gone upstairs to Mum's bedroom to get something. I don't even remember what. Suddenly, the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard in my life ripped through the house. It was Emily. Mum dropped the knife she was using to cut vegetables, and we both sprinted up the stairs. The scream was continuing, raw and terrified. We found Emily standing frozen in Mum and Dad's room, staring at the open bathroom door. She was shaking violently, tears streaming down her face, her little body rigid with fear. Her face was drained of all color. "Emily, what happened?" Mum grabbed her by the shoulders, trying to get her to focus. Emily couldn't tear her eyes away from the bathroom door. "The shadow man," she whispered between sobs. The shadow man with red eyes was staring at me. Mum looked at the bathroom. There was nothing there, just the empty bathroom with its white tiles and shower curtain. "Honey, there's no one there," Mum said gently, pulling Emily into a hug. But Emily was inconsolable. "He was there. He was right there in the doorway. He was looking at me, and he had red eyes." I felt that same cold dread I'd experienced on the stairs years earlier wash over me. I walked cautiously toward the bathroom, half expecting to see someone there. The bathroom was empty, but the air inside felt heavy, wrong somehow, like the atmosphere itself was thicker, harder to breathe. Dad came running upstairs after hearing all the commotion. Emily refused to go back to Mum and Dad's room for weeks afterward. She wouldn't even walk past their door. She started having nightmares almost every night, always about a shadow man watching her. That was when things began to escalate. About a month after Emily's encounter, I started feeling sick. At first, it was just fatigue. I figured I was just run down from studying for finals, but then it got worse. I became pale and weak, barely able to get out of bed. I started having these intense stomach pains that would come and go. One morning I went to use the bathroom, the same upstairs bathroom where Emily had seen the shadow man. I remember feeling dizzy as soon as I stepped inside. The air felt oppressive, like it was pushing down on me from all sides. I managed to use the toilet, but as I was washing my hands, a wave of nausea hit me so hard I doubled over. What happened next is still difficult to talk about. I started vomiting, but it wasn't normal vomit. It was blood, bright red blood. I remember staring down at the sink in horror as it streamed from my mouth. I tried to call out for help, but my voice was weak and no one heard me. Somehow I managed to clean myself up. I was terrified, but also strangely detached, like I was watching myself from outside my body. I didn't tell anyone what had happened. I can't explain why. It makes no sense to me now. It was like something was preventing me from seeking help, like my mind wasn't entirely my own. For the next 3 days, I kept getting worse. Every time I used that bathroom, I'd end up vomiting blood afterward. I would clean up the evidence and then collapse in my room. I was growing weaker by the hour, but some inexplicable force kept me from telling my family. On the 3rd day, Mum came looking for me because I hadn't come down for dinner. She found me in the upstairs bathroom, slumped against the sink, which was covered in blood. My clothes were soaked in it. I barely remember her screaming for Dad or being carried to the car. The next clear memory I have is waking up in the hospital with tubes and wires connected to my body. The doctors were baffled. They diagnosed me with a severe blood infection that had caused internal bleeding, but they couldn't determine the source of the infection. They told my parents that if they'd brought me in even a few hours later, I might not have survived. While I was recovering in the hospital, I finally told Mum about the voices I'd heard on the stairs years before. I expected her to dismiss it, but instead she went very quiet. "I've heard things too," she finally admitted. "Footsteps when no one's there. Whispering in the night. But I thought it was just my imagination." When I returned home 2 weeks later, I couldn't bring myself to use that bathroom. I started using the downstairs toilet exclusively, even though it meant going up and down the stairs multiple times a day while I was still recovering. Everyone in our family started avoiding that bathroom too. We never really talked about why, but we all felt it. Whenever any of us had to use it, we'd come out feeling drained and depressed. Dad, who had always been skeptical about anything paranormal, started complaining about feeling watched when he showered. Mum said she would get overwhelming feelings of sadness in there for no reason. Emily refused to go near it at all. She started having night terrors again, waking up screaming about the shadow man standing at the foot of her bed. Strange things started happening throughout the house. Objects would disappear and reappear in different places. We'd hear banging on the walls at night. The temperature in certain parts of the house would drop suddenly, creating cold spots that would move around. One night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to find all the kitchen cabinets and drawers wide open. I knew they'd been closed when we went to bed. No one else had been up during the night. The atmosphere in the house changed. What had once felt like a warm family home now felt oppressive and threatening. We all became irritable and on edge, snapping at each other over nothing. Looking back, it's like something was feeding on our negative energy, making everything worse. I moved out a year later for a job in Sydney, and I've never been so relieved to leave a place behind. My family stayed for another year before they finally sold the house and moved to Brisbane. They never told the new owners about our experiences. I sometimes feel guilty about that. But what would they have said? By the way, there might be a malevolent entity living in your bathroom. I'm 27 now, and I still get anxious whenever I visit my family, even though they live in a completely different house. Those experiences left a mark on all of us. Emily, who's 13 now, still sleeps with a light on. Mum jumps at unexpected noises. Dad, who used to laugh at ghost stories, won't watch horror movies anymore. As for me, I've had multiple tests and scans over the years, but doctors have never found any reason why I should have developed that life-threatening blood infection. Physically, I'm completely healthy now. But mentally, I still have nightmares about that bathroom, about the heaviness in the air, the feeling of something draining the life out of me, about waking up to find myself covered in blood with no memory of how it happened. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I swear I can hear that same whispery voice saying, "Hey," right next to my ear. And sometimes, just for a split second before I turn on the light in my bathroom, I think I see a dark figure with glowing red eyes watching me from the corner. I don't know what was in that house in Melbourne. I don't know if it was a ghost or a demon or something else entirely, but I know it was real, and I know it nearly killed me. I still haven't found any explanation for what happened to us there. Maybe I never will, but writing this down, sharing it with people who might understand or have experienced something similar, it helps somehow. It makes it feel less like a nightmare and more like something I can eventually come to terms with. All I know for sure is that there was something evil in that house. Something that didn't want us there. Something that's still with me in a way, even though I'm hundreds of kilometers away now. And I'll never set foot in that house again. Story 2. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or supernatural stuff. I'm a pretty practical person. I work in accounting, I clip coupons on Sundays, and I generally think there's a logical explanation for most things. That's why what happened in my home last month has completely shaken me to my core. I still can't explain it, and it's making me question everything I thought I knew about reality. We've lived in Oakwood Hills for almost 7 years now. It's your typical suburban neighborhood. Well-kept lawns, neighbors who wave but don't get too involved in your business, kids riding bikes in the cul-de-sac. Our house isn't anything special, just a standard 3-bedroom with a decent backyard for our dog, Baxter. We've never had any weird experiences here. No strange noises, no unexplained feelings, nothing that would make us think twice about our home being completely normal. That all changed on a Tuesday evening last month. I remember it was around 5:30 in the afternoon. My husband Mark was working late, and I was in the kitchen preparing dinner, just a simple pasta dish with a salad. Tyler, my 13-year-old son, was upstairs finishing his homework before dinner. Baxter was asleep in his bed in the corner of the kitchen, occasionally snoring in that cute way dogs do. Our kitchen has this big window that looks out onto our driveway, which is covered with those decorative pebbles that make a loud crunching noise whenever anyone walks or drives on them. I was at the counter chopping bell peppers when I got this weird feeling. You know that sensation when you feel like someone's watching you? It just came over me suddenly. I glanced up at the window, and that's when I saw it for the first time. A figure, kind of shadowy but definitely person-shaped, seemed to be walking up our driveway toward the house. I couldn't make out any features, just a dark silhouette against the early evening light. I blinked and it was gone, just vanished. That was weird, I remember saying out loud to myself. Baxter didn't even stir, which was the first red flag. He goes absolutely ballistic when anyone comes up our driveway. He's not a big dog, just a terrier mix, but he thinks he's a Doberman when it comes to protecting our territory. And the pebbles. There was no crunching sound, no car door, no footsteps, nothing. I figured my eyes were playing tricks on me. I'd been staring at spreadsheets all day at work, and sometimes your brain just fills in gaps with random stuff when you're tired. So I went back to chopping vegetables. Not even 30 seconds later, that feeling returned, stronger this time. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt goosebumps spreading down my arms. I looked up again, and there it was, closer now, maybe halfway up the driveway. The figure was more distinct this time, definitely human-shaped, with what looked like arms hanging at its sides. Still, no features I could make out, just this dark shape against the fading daylight. I dropped the knife on the cutting board and moved closer to the window. "Hello?" I called out, even though the window was closed and whoever it was probably couldn't hear me. But as soon as I pressed my face against the glass to get a better look, it disappeared again. This time, I was genuinely confused. I walked to the front door and opened it, looking around our front yard and driveway. Nothing, not a single person in sight. Our neighborhood was quiet as usual, just Mrs. Peterson walking her poodle down at the end of the street. I closed the door and locked it, which I normally don't do when we're home during daylight hours. I felt silly doing it, but something about the situation just felt off. "You're being ridiculous, Sarah," I told myself as I went back to the kitchen. Baxter was still completely zonked out in his bed. I picked up the knife again and tried to focus on dinner prep, but I kept glancing up at the window every few seconds. And then it happened again. The same figure, now at the edge of our driveway, closest to the house, just standing there. This time I could almost make out the shape of a head, shoulders, a torso. It wasn't moving, just standing there, as if watching our house. Watching me. I froze, knife in hand, staring at it. "This isn't happening," I whispered to myself. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes, but when I looked again, it was still there. It seemed to be getting more solid, more real with each appearance. I grabbed my phone from the counter, thinking I'd take a picture or maybe call Mark, but I couldn't decide what to do first. When I looked back up, it was gone again. My hands were shaking as I set my phone down. Our motion-activated security camera faces the driveway. We installed it after a few packages went missing last year. It should have been recording if someone was actually there. I made a mental note to check the footage later, sure that it would show nothing and confirm I was just seeing things. I tried to shake it off and continue with dinner, but I couldn't stop that feeling of being watched. I kept my eyes firmly on the cutting board, afraid to look up again, but eventually that creeping sensation on the back of my neck forced my gaze to the window. This time my heart nearly stopped. The figure was right outside the window, so close I should have been able to see a face. But there were no features, just a dark silhouette, like a person-shaped void. And yet somehow I knew it was looking directly at me. I let out a small scream and jumped backward, bumping into the island behind me. The figure disappeared instantly. Baxter finally woke up, looking around confused but not barking or growling. "Mom, everything okay?" Tyler's voice made me jump again as he came into the kitchen. I hadn't even heard him coming down the stairs. "Yeah, I thought I saw something outside," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I didn't want to freak him out over what was probably nothing. Tyler walked over to me, giving me a concerned look. "What's for dinner? I'm starving," he started to say, but mid-sentence his eyes went wide and he physically recoiled, stumbling backward a few steps. His face went pale. "Tyler, what's wrong?" I asked, although I already knew. He was staring out the window, his mouth open. Mom, there was someone right outside the window just now, like right there, staring in." My blood ran cold. "You saw it too?" I whispered. Tyler nodded, looking genuinely scared now. In all his 13 years, I've rarely seen that look on his face. Tyler's always been the composed one, the kid who doesn't flinch at horror movies and rolls his eyes when his friends get spooked at sleepovers. But now he looked frightened in a way I'd never seen before. It was like a person, but not really. He said, his voice unsteady. It was just there and then it was gone. I put my arm around him, both to comfort him and to steady myself. "I've been seeing it for the past few minutes. I thought I was imagining things." "What is it?" he asked me, as if I would have the answer. "I don't know," I admitted, "but the security camera should have picked it up if there was really someone there." We both stood there for a moment, staring out the window, but nothing appeared. Baxter had gotten up from his bed and was now sniffing around the kitchen, but still showing no signs of alarm. "Let's check the camera feed," Tyler suggested, already pulling out his phone. He's more tech-savvy than I am, so he's the one who set up our security system app. He pulled up the live feed of our driveway, which showed absolutely nothing unusual. Then he scrolled back through the recorded clips from the last 30 minutes. Nothing. No movement detected, no recordings of anyone coming up our driveway, just an empty driveway with shadows lengthening as the sun got lower. "Maybe it was just a reflection or something," I suggested weakly, not believing it myself. Tyler shook his head. "Mom, that wasn't a reflection. I saw someone. It looked like they were looking right at us." We stood there in silence for a moment, both of us periodically glancing at the window. I felt like I should call Mark, or maybe even the police, but what would I say? We keep seeing a figure that disappears when we look at it directly, but our dog isn't reacting, and the security camera isn't picking it up. They'd think we were crazy. I tried to be rational. Maybe it was just someone walking by on the sidewalk, and the angle made it look like they were in our driveway. "But where did they go so fast?" Tyler asked. "And why didn't Baxter bark?" Good questions, ones I didn't have answers for. I decided to continue making dinner, hoping that the normal activity would help calm both of our nerves. Tyler sat at the kitchen island, not wanting to leave the room, I think. I couldn't blame him. I kept my back to the counter so I could face the window while I worked. About 10 minutes passed without incident. I was starting to think maybe it had been some weird, shared hallucination or a trick of the light when that feeling came back, stronger than ever. The kitchen seemed to get colder, and I could see goosebumps rising on Tyler's arms too. We both looked at the window at the same time. The figure was back, but different now. It was standing right at the window, and this time I could almost make out features, the suggestion of eyes, darker spots where they would be on a face. It was like looking at a person made of dense smoke or shadow. Tyler gasped. "Mom!" he whispered, his voice trembling. For what felt like an eternity but was probably only a few seconds, we stared at it, and it seemed to stare back. Baxter finally reacted, lifting his head and making a low, confused whining sound in his throat. But he didn't bark or growl. It was more like he was unsure what he was looking at. Then, as if someone had flipped a switch, it was gone. Just gone. "Did you see that?" Tyler asked, his voice barely audible. I nodded, unable to speak for a moment. "I'm calling Dad," I finally managed to say, reaching for my phone with shaking hands. Mark didn't pick up. He was probably still in his meeting. I left a brief voicemail asking him to call me as soon as possible, trying to sound calm so he wouldn't worry too much. "Should we call the police?" Tyler asked. I hesitated. "And tell them what? We don't even know what we saw." "Maybe we should check outside," he suggested, though he didn't sound enthusiastic about the idea. Part of me wanted to just lock all the doors and wait for Mark to come home, but the rational part of my brain insisted that if there was someone prowling around our property, we should know. "We'll go together," I said. "Bring Baxter with us." We put Baxter on his leash, though he seemed more confused than alarmed by our behavior. The three of us went to the front door, and I took a deep breath before opening it. The driveway was empty, so was our front yard, and the street beyond. It was starting to get dark now, but there was still enough light to see clearly, no sign of anyone. We walked around the entire perimeter of our house, checking bushes, looking behind the shed, even glancing up at trees and the roof, feeling silly but too scared not to be thorough. Nothing, no evidence that anyone had been there. When we came back to the front of the house, I noticed something odd about the pebbles in our driveway. There was a section near the garage where they seemed disturbed, like someone had been standing there and shifting their weight from foot to foot, but there were no footprints leading to or from that spot. It was as if someone had materialized there, stood for a while and then dematerialized. "Mom," Tyler said quietly, pointing at the disturbed area. "I didn't notice that when we came out." "Me neither," I admitted, feeling a new wave of unease wash over me. We hurried back inside and locked the door. I called Mark again, and this time he picked up. "Hey, everything okay?" he asked immediately, probably concerned by my earlier voicemail. I wasn't sure what to tell him. "Yes, no, I don't know," I stammered. "Tyler and I saw something weird outside the house. Like a person, but not quite." There was a pause. "What do you mean, not quite?" I tried to explain the whole thing, the appearances and disappearances, how both Tyler and I had seen it, how Baxter hadn't reacted until the last appearance, and how the security camera hadn't picked up anything. "I'm coming home right now," Mark said firmly. While we waited for Mark to get home, Tyler and I stayed in the living room away from windows. Baxter seemed to have forgotten the whole incident and was happily chewing on a toy. I kept checking the security camera feed on my phone, but it showed nothing unusual. Mark got home about 20 minutes later. The first thing he did was check all around the house, just like we had, finding nothing. Then he reviewed the security footage himself, even going back several hours. Nothing. "Could it have been a neighbor?" he suggested. "Maybe walking their dog and coming up the wrong driveway by mistake." Tyler shook his head emphatically. "Dad, it wasn't a normal person. It was like, not solid. And it disappeared right in front of our eyes." Mark looked at me, clearly concerned but trying not to show it. "You both saw the same thing?" I nodded. "In the exact same place, at the exact same time. That last time we were both looking at it together." We ended up eating dinner in the living room, none of us saying much. Mark tried to lighten the mood, suggesting maybe we had a friendly ghost, but his joke fell flat. After dinner, none of us wanted to be alone, so we watched a movie together, though I don't think any of us paid much attention to it. That night, I barely slept. I kept waking up, sure I'd heard something outside. Once, around 2 in the morning, I got up to check out the window, but saw nothing. Mark woke up too, and we both stood there for a while, staring out at our empty, moonlit driveway. "What do you think it was?" I whispered. Mark put his arm around me. "I don't know. But nothing's happening now, right? Maybe it was just a weird, one-time thing." I wanted to believe him, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever we'd seen wasn't finished with us. The next day passed without incident. So did the one after that, and the one after that. Slowly, life started to return to normal. Tyler stopped jumping at every shadow, and I stopped obsessively checking the security camera feed. But sometimes, especially in the kitchen around the same time of day, I get that feeling again, that sensation of being watched. I look up at the window, half expecting to see that shadowy figure standing there. So far, it hasn't returned. We've talked about moving, but that feels like an overreaction. This is our home. One unexplainable incident shouldn't drive us away, but I found myself researching the history of our house and the land it's built on. So far, I found nothing unusual, no tragic deaths, no ancient burial grounds, nothing that might explain what we experienced. Maybe it was just a glitch in reality, a brief overlap with something we're not meant to understand. Maybe it was nothing at all, a shared delusion brought on by... What? I don't even know. All I know is that both my son and I saw something that shouldn't have been possible. Something that has made me question what I thought I knew about the world. And every evening, as the sun starts to set, I find myself glancing up at that kitchen window, wondering if today will be the day it returns. I'm sharing this here because I don't know where else to turn. Has anyone else experienced something similar? Any explanations that might help us make sense of what happened? Because right now I'm at a loss. And every time I hear those pebbles shifting in our driveway, my heart stops for a moment, wondering if it's just the wind or something else entirely. Story 3. I still can't believe I'm actually writing this down, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of what happened last summer. In June of 2021, I finally moved into my own place, a small but cozy apartment in Westbrook Manor. It wasn't anything fancy, just a one-bedroom with a decent-sized living room, but it was mine. First time living completely on my own at 25, and I was determined to make it feel like home, without blowing my entire savings on furniture. I've always been pretty crafty, so I decided to decorate by repurposing stuff from my parents' garage. They've been collecting random things since I was a kid, like literally since 1998 when we moved into that house. Dad never throws anything away because you never know when you might need it. Mom complains about it, but she's just as bad. Anyway, I'd been making weekly trips over there, digging through boxes and finding all sorts of forgotten treasures. Old picture frames I could paint, a coffee table that just needed new legs, that kind of thing. My apartment was slowly coming together and I was feeling pretty proud of myself. Then came that Sunday in July when I found the mirror. It was tucked behind some old gardening equipment and a broken fan. Small, maybe 8 inches across, with this ornate white metal frame, the kind of antique-looking thing you'd find at a flea market. It was surprisingly heavy for its size, and the back had these jagged edges like it had been broken off something larger. Maybe an old vanity or something. I don't know. I just thought it looked cool and vintage. I brought it home along with some other stuff and didn't think much about it. I cleaned it up and placed it on this floating shelf in my living room, propped against the wall. It looked perfect there, added a bit of that vintage charm I was going for. That's when the weird stuff started. The first time, I came home from work and found the mirror face down on the shelf. I figured I hadn't positioned it correctly, so I just propped it back up more carefully. The next morning, same thing. Then it happened again that night. I started getting annoyed. I mean, it's a flat-bottomed frame. It should be able to stand up on its own, right? So I decided to use some Scotch tape to secure it to the wall. Just a couple of pieces along the back edge to keep it from tipping forward. That worked for about 2 days. Then I came home to find the mirror on the floor beneath the shelf. The tape had ripped clean off. Weird, but not like supernatural weird. Just annoying. So I grabbed some of that heavy-duty mounting tape, the kind that's basically permanent and will take the paint off your walls if you try to remove it. I applied multiple strips to the back of the mirror and pressed it firmly against the wall behind the shelf. Problem solved, right? Wrong. This is where things get really messed up, and I swear on everything I own that I'm not making this up. I had just finished mounting the mirror and decided to grab a drink from the garage fridge. Yeah, my apartment came with a small attached garage, which was a major selling point. I was gone for maybe 3 minutes. When I walked back into the living room, my heart literally stopped for a second. The mirror was lying on the floor, not beneath the shelf, but on the opposite side of the living room, a good 10 or 12 feet away. And that's not even the worst part. There was a chunk of drywall still attached to the mounting tape on the back of the mirror, like it had been ripped off the wall with enough force to take part of the wall with it. I just stood there staring at it, the cold drink sweating in my hand, trying to process what I was seeing. There was nobody else in the apartment. No windows were open, no fans were on. Nothing that could explain how this mirror had not only detached itself, but somehow launched across the room. I didn't touch it. I backed away slowly and called my brother Marcus. He's always been into spiritual stuff, herbs, crystals, that whole scene. I usually tease him about it. But at that moment, I wasn't laughing. He came over within the hour. I hadn't moved the mirror from where it landed. Marcus took one look at it, and his face got all serious. He crouched down near it, but didn't touch it, and closed his eyes for a minute. "There's something attached to this," he said finally. Not in his usual dramatic way. He actually seemed genuinely concerned. "Something negative. Where did you find this?" When I told him it was from our parents' garage, he looked surprised. "I've never seen this before," he said, "and I've helped Dad clean that garage out like a dozen times." That night, Marcus performed what he called a cleansing ritual. He burned some sage, said some prayers, and sprinkled what he claimed was blessed salt around the mirror. The whole time, I felt this weird heaviness in the apartment, like the air was thick. Maybe it was just my anxiety, but it felt real. After he finished, Marcus wrapped the mirror in a black cloth and told me we needed to bury it on hallowed ground to complete the process. The idea of carrying that thing anywhere freaked me out, so I asked him to take care of it. He agreed, and I was honestly just relieved to have it out of my apartment. For a few weeks, everything went back to normal. No more strange occurrences. I patched the hole in my wall and tried to forget the whole thing. I didn't even ask Marcus what he'd done with the mirror. I just wanted it gone and forgotten. Then, about a month later, I went to my parents' house for Sunday dinner. I was helping Mom set the table on the patio when I noticed something on the decorative table by the garden. It was the mirror, just sitting there, uncovered, catching the afternoon sunlight. I nearly dropped the stack of plates I was holding. "Mom," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "where did you get that mirror?" She glanced over. "Oh, that old thing. It's always been mine. I bought it years ago from that antique shop downtown, the one that closed." I waited until we were alone and confronted Marcus. He had the decency to look guilty, at least. "I buried it in the garden," he admitted, "in Mom's herb section. It's blessed ground. She does her own rituals there all the time. But then the next day, Mom found it while gardening. She claimed it was hers and got weirdly defensive when I tried to explain. "Did you tell her what happened at my place?" I asked. "Yeah." He sighed. "That's the strangest part. She just said, 'Oh, whatever was attached to it is gone now.' Like it was the most normal thing in the world." I tried talking to Mum about it directly, but she brushed me off. "It's just an old mirror, Evelyn. Nothing to worry about now." The way she said "now" sent chills through me. The mirror is still at their house. Mum eventually moved it back to the garage after Dad complained about it being creepy. It's in almost the exact spot where I found it originally. Looking back, I've started remembering weird little things from childhood. Tools that would go missing from Dad's workbench, only to reappear days later in completely different spots. The garage light that would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. The strange scratching sounds we'd sometimes hear through the wall of my bedroom, which shared a wall with the garage. I've asked Mom several times about where she actually got the mirror, but she either changes the subject or gives me vague answers that don't quite add up. Sometimes she says she bought it in 1999. Other times she claims it was 2003. The antique shop she mentions has been closed for over 15 years, so there's no way to verify. Dad claims he never noticed the mirror before I brought attention to it, as he puts it. But he also admits the garage has always been Mum's domain, even though he's the one who fills it with junk. The strangest part? I swear the mirror looks different now. The frame seems less ornate, more plain. The glass is clearer. But when I mention this to Marcus or my parents, they look at me like I'm crazy. I haven't experienced anything supernatural since removing the mirror from my apartment, but I still can't shake the memory of that day, coming back from the garage and seeing it across the room with that chunk of wall still attached. The absolute impossibility of it. Sometimes I think about setting up a camera in my parents' garage to see if the mirror still moves on its own, but honestly, I'm afraid of what I might capture. And part of me wonders if my mom wouldn't notice and just remove the evidence somehow. I've researched mirrors with supernatural properties and found plenty of folklore about mirrors being portals or trapping spirits, but nothing that exactly matches my experience. And the fact that it was apparently cleansed so easily by my mum just being near it, that's the part that keeps me up at night. What was attached to that mirror? And more importantly, is it really gone? Or is it still in that garage, waiting? Is it attached to my mother somehow? Is that why she's so protective of it? I've decorated my apartment with plenty of other items from my parents' house since then, but I always check thoroughly for any weird vibes before bringing them home. And I've sworn off anything reflective, just to be safe. The weirdest thing is that sometimes when I visit my parents, I feel drawn to the garage, like something in there wants me to see it again. I've resisted so far, but the pull gets stronger every time. I know how this all sounds. Believe me, I'd think I was losing it too if I hadn't experienced it firsthand. But I know what I saw. That mirror moved. It tore itself from my wall with enough force to take drywall with it. And now my mother, who never showed any interest in antiques or the supernatural before, treats it like a precious possession with a history I somehow never knew about. I don't know what to make of any of this. I just know I'm never touching that mirror again. Has anyone else experienced something like this? An object that seems to have its own will? Or a family member who seems strangely connected to something potentially supernatural? I need to know I'm not crazy. Because right now, that garage, a place I spent countless hours in as a kid, feels like the most dangerous place in the world to me. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I could swear I see a white frame in my peripheral vision, just for a split second. But when I turn to look, there's nothing there. Story 4. I've been sitting on this for almost 30 years now, and I still can't explain what happened. Even now, as I type this, the hairs on my arms are standing up. It happened back in '93, in my village in Maharashtra. I was 32 then. just a simple farmer with a small plot of land where I grew rice and vegetables. Nothing special about my life before all this. Wake up before sunrise, eat the breakfast my wife Priya prepared, then head out to the fields. Come home tired, play with my kids, eat dinner, sleep, repeat. We weren't rich, but we had enough. Our mud brick house had 3 rooms, one where Priya and I slept, one for our children, Amit, who was 7, and Leela, who was 4, and the main room where we ate and spent time together. That day started like any other. It was October, harvest season, so I had stayed in the fields longer than usual. The sky was already turning orange when I finally packed up my tools. My shoulders ached from cutting rice stalks all day, but I felt good. The harvest was plentiful that year. I remember taking the narrow dirt path that snaked between the fields back to our village. Usually I'd walk back with some of the other farmers, but that day I was alone because I had stayed later. The path was lined with tall grass on both sides, and as the sun set, long shadows stretched across the ground. I was about halfway home when I first saw her. She was standing at the bend in the path, right where it curves around the old banyan tree, a woman in a white sari, standing completely still, looking away from me. At first, I thought it was somebody from the village, maybe waiting for a family member. There was nothing particularly odd about her, except that she was alone on the path at dusk, which wasn't very common for women in our village. "Namaste," I called out, still about 20 feet away from her. "Are you waiting for someone?" She didn't respond or move. I walked closer, thinking maybe she hadn't heard me. The wind picked up suddenly, making the tall grass sway around the path. That's when I noticed something wasn't right. Her sari was moving in the wind, but differently somehow, almost like it was floating rather than just blowing. "Excuse me, is everything okay?" I asked, now just a few feet behind her. She slowly began to turn toward me. I'll never forget the feeling that washed over me in that moment, like someone had poured ice water down my spine. Before she fully turned, showing me her face, she disappeared. Not like she ran away or moved quickly. She just wasn't there anymore. I stood frozen, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. Had I imagined it? Was I so tired from working that my mind was playing tricks? I looked around, but there was no sign of anyone. Just the empty path, the swaying grass, and the darkening sky. After a few minutes of standing there confused, I hurried home. I didn't tell Priya about it that night. It seemed silly. Just a trick of the light in my tired mind, I thought. But then things started happening at home. The first incident was 3 days later. I woke up in the middle of the night, hearing someone calling my name. Rajesh. Rajesh. It was barely a whisper, but clear enough that I sat up in bed. Priya was sound asleep beside me. I checked on the children, both sleeping peacefully. I even went outside to see if someone was at our door, but there was nothing. Just the quiet village night. A week after seeing the woman on the path, Priya mentioned that the corner of our main room near the small altar where we kept our gods' pictures felt unnaturally cold. I hadn't noticed it before, but when I went to check, she was right. While the rest of the house was warm from the day's heat, that corner felt like winter. There was no draft, no open window, just cold air that seemed contained to that one spot. Then Amit started talking about the shadow lady who stood in the doorway of their room at night. He described her as tall and said she just watched them. Leela began refusing to go to the bathroom alone, saying someone was always standing behind her when she was alone. Kids have active imaginations, so we didn't think much of it at first. But things kept escalating. Objects in our house started moving. Nothing dramatic. A cup would be on the table when we went to sleep, and in the morning it would be on the floor. The dough Priya prepared for chapatis one morning had handprints in it when she returned to it after stepping away for water. Small things, but impossible to ignore. One afternoon, about 2 weeks after my encounter on the path, Priya was washing clothes outside when she screamed. I ran out to find her staring at the water in her bucket. When I looked, I saw what had frightened her. The clear water had turned red like blood. We emptied it out, filled it again from our well, and it was clear. No explanation. The children started waking up with scratches on their arms and legs. Nothing deep, just light marks like someone had dragged a fingernail across their skin while they slept. When we asked them about it, they said the shadow lady did it. But she didn't mean to hurt them. She was just trying to wake them up so they could help her. By this point, I was terrified, but trying not to show it. In our village, we respected the supernatural, but we didn't talk much about it. Admitting your house had a boot ghost could bring shame or make others avoid you. So we kept it to ourselves, hoping whatever it was would go away. It all came to a head 18 days after I saw the woman in white. It was evening, around 7 o'clock. We were sitting on the floor around our small wooden table, eating dinner by the light of our oil lamp. Amit was telling us about something that happened at school. Leela was playing with her food, and Priya was reminding her to eat properly. Normal family dinner. Then everything changed in an instant. First, it was the silence. One moment, we could hear the insects chirping outside, the distant sounds of the village, and our own voices. The next, absolute silence, like someone had stuffed cotton in my ears. Priya looked at me, her eyes widening. She felt it too. The temperature in the room plummeted. Our breaths became visible in the air, like it was the dead of winter instead of autumn in Maharashtra. The flame in the oil lamp grew taller, stretching unnaturally upward, casting wild, dancing shadows on our walls. The shadows, they moved wrong. Instead of following the movement of the flame, they seemed to move independently, stretching and contracting as if they were alive. One shadow in particular, on the wall behind Priya, grew larger than the others. It took the shape of a woman in a sari. Leela saw it first and pointed, her small finger trembling. "Shadow lady," she whispered. We all turned to look. The shadow was darker than the others, more solid somehow. It moved across the wall until it reached the corner where our altar was, the corner that had been cold for days. Then it seemed to step out of the wall, becoming three-dimensional. It wasn't quite solid. I could still see through it to the wall behind, but it was clearly the figure of a woman in a flowing sari. She stood there, facing us, but where her face should have been was just darkness. Priya grabbed the children, pulling them against her. I stood up, placing myself between my family and the apparition. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice shaking more than I wanted it to. The figure didn't speak, but the air in the room stirred, creating a sound almost like weeping. The oil lamp flickered wildly, and the shadows on the walls seemed to reach toward us like grasping hands. Then the apparition moved toward us, not walking, but floating several inches above the ground. As it approached, I could feel a deep sadness emanating from it, along with something else, desperation. Just as it reached the edge of our table, there was a loud crack from outside, like a branch breaking, and everything stopped. The figure disappeared, the temperature returned to normal, and the sounds of the night came rushing back. We sat in shocked silence for several minutes. Leela was crying quietly against her mother's chest. Amit was pale, his food forgotten. Priya looked at me with fear in her eyes, silently asking what we should do. "Tomorrow," I said, trying to sound calmer than I felt, "I'll speak with Arjun Bhai." Arjun was our village elder, over 70 years old and respected for his wisdom. If anyone would know what to do, it would be him. That night, none of us slept. We all stayed in the main room, huddled together on our sleeping mats, jumping at every small sound. The children finally fell asleep near dawn, exhausted from fear. As soon as it was light, I went to Arjun's house. He was already awake, sitting on his porch and smoking his old pipe. When he saw my face, he gestured for me to sit. "Something troubles you, Rajesh," he said. Not a question, I told him everything. The woman on the path, the whispers, the cold corner, the children's shadow lady, and finally, what happened during dinner. He listened without interrupting, occasionally nodding. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time, looking out at the village waking up around us. Finally, he spoke. 23 years ago, before you moved to this village, there was a young woman named Mira. She was married to a man from the next village. But it was not a happy marriage. Her husband was cruel, and there were rumors he beat her. He paused to tap his pipe against his palm, emptying it. One evening, she was found dead near the banyan tree on the path to the fields, the same spot where you saw the woman in white. Her husband claimed she had taken her own life out of madness, but nobody believed him. There was no proof, however, so nothing was done. My stomach turned as I realized what he was telling me. Some say, Arjun continued, that souls who die violently or with unfinished business cannot move on. They remain trapped between worlds, seeking justice or peace. But why us? I asked. Why my family? Arjun shrugged. Perhaps you were the first to notice her in many years. Perhaps she sensed in you someone who might help her find peace. How do we help her? How do we make this stop? He looked at me with serious eyes. You must acknowledge her, Rajesh. Show her respect. Then you must help her find what she is looking for. And what is that? That, he said, you will have to discover for yourself. I returned home with mixed feelings. Part of me was terrified of facing the spirit again, but another part felt a strange sense of duty. If what Arjun said was true, this woman, Mira, had suffered a great injustice, and her soul was in torment. That evening, we performed a small ceremony in our home, following Arjun's instructions. We lit incense and a special lamp, placed fresh flowers on our altar, and I spoke directly to Mira, telling her we acknowledged her presence and asked what she needed to find peace. Nothing happened immediately, but that night I had a vivid dream. I saw a woman, her face still obscured, digging in the ground near the base of the banyan tree. She was crying as she dug with her bare hands. Then she looked directly at me, and though I couldn't see her face clearly, I felt her desperate need. The next morning, I took a shovel and went to the banyan tree. I didn't know exactly what I was looking for, but the dream had been so vivid that I felt compelled to dig. People passing by on the path gave me strange looks, but I ignored them. After an hour of digging around the massive roots of the tree, my shovel hit something solid. Carefully, I cleared away more dirt until I uncovered a small metal box, rusted with age. Inside was a gold Mangal Sutra, the necklace given to a bride by her husband, and a folded piece of paper. The paper was a letter, written in faded ink. It detailed the abuse Mira had suffered at her husband's hands and named him as her murderer. She had hidden it, along with her Mangal Sutra, which he had tried to steal, knowing she might not survive much longer. I took the box to the police station in the larger town nearby. The case was reopened based on the new evidence, and Mira's husband, who was still alive in the next village, was finally arrested and charged with her murder. After that, the strange occurrences in our house stopped. The cold corner became warm again. The children stopped seeing the shadow lady. The whispers at night ceased, but sometimes, when I walk that path at dusk, I feel a presence nearby, not threatening or sad anymore, but peaceful. I never see the woman in white again, but occasionally, when the wind blows through the banyan tree's leaves, it sounds almost like a thank you whispered on the breeze. I still can't explain everything that happened. Was it really Mira's spirit? Was it just coincidence that I found that box? I don't know, but I do know that what my family experienced was real, and it changed us forever. Even now, 30 years later, I still leave flowers at the base of that banyan tree whenever I pass by. Some things in this world can't be explained by logic alone. Sometimes justice finds a way, even from beyond the grave. At a ton. Story 5. Asal, I still can't shake what happened last week. I've told a few friends, but nobody seems to take it seriously. Maybe putting this down in writing will help me process it, or maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. I moved away from Meadowvale about 3 years ago. It's a small rural town where everyone knows everyone, and honestly, I needed to get away from that for a while. Build my own life, you know. But family is family, and I still own my granddad's old property on the outskirts of town, so I came back to check on things and visit some old friends. Last Thursday, I met up with Ryan, Derek, and Sean at Fleming's, this restaurant, about 20 miles from my place. We hadn't all been together in one spot since my going-away party 3 years back. It was good catching up, talking about old times, their new jobs, relationships, the usual stuff. I didn't realize how much I'd missed these idiots until I was sitting there with them again, laughing about the stupid things we did in high school. We lost track of time completely. The restaurant was practically closing when we finally paid our bill. It was already past midnight when we walked out to the parking lot. The guys all live in town, but my grandfather's house is way out in the sticks, about 25 minutes of country roads, and then another 10 minutes down these barely maintained gravel roads. Derek offered me his couch for the night, but I had my motorcycle and needed to check on the property anyway. It had rained earlier, but the sky had cleared up, and honestly, I love riding at night. There's something peaceful about it. Just you, the road, and the stars above. Plus, my Kawasaki handles those back roads like a dream. I'm not some adrenaline junkie, but I do enjoy the feeling of freedom. The first part of the ride was completely normal. The main roads were pretty much deserted, just an occasional truck or car passing by. I saw a few deer in my headlights, keeping my distance since hitting one would definitely ruin my night. The air was cool and smelled like wet earth from the rain earlier. Everything felt right. I turned onto Blackwell Road, which is the last proper paved road before the series of gravel paths that lead to my place. This is where the countryside gets really isolated. No streetlights, houses spaced miles apart, and cell service that comes and goes as it pleases. The moon was bright enough that I could see the silhouettes of trees and fields stretching out into darkness. About halfway down Blackwell, I noticed something odd. At first, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me, but it was unmistakable. I smelled perfume. Not just any perfume, but a distinctly feminine floral scent. Strong, too, like when someone wearing too much perfume walks past you in a store. It was so unexpected that I actually slowed down, thinking maybe there was someone walking along the roadside that I hadn't noticed. But there was nobody. Nothing but empty fields on either side of me. The smell lingered for about 10 seconds, then faded as I kept riding. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe it was just some strange plant blooming at night or something carried on the wind from miles away. Then, about a quarter mile later, it happened again. The same exact perfume scent, but fainter this time. It was like passing through a cloud of it. This time I actually stopped completely, killed the engine and looked around. The silence was total, just the crickets and the occasional distant owl. The road was completely empty in both directions, no cars or people anywhere. I even checked my jacket to see if maybe I'd brushed against something earlier, but no, it was just my usual leather jacket that smells like leather and a bit of my own cologne. Something about this didn't feel right. I've ridden these roads hundreds of times, and I've never experienced anything like this before. This part of the county doesn't smell like flowers or perfume. It smells like dirt, grass, cattle from the neighboring farms, and sometimes fertilizer. Not fancy floral perfume. I started to feel a creeping sense of unease. I'm not normally the type to get spooked, but being alone on a deserted country road past midnight, smelling a perfume that had no business being there, it was unsettling. I started my bike again and picked up my pace, wanting to get to the turnoff to my property. The turn onto Meadow Creek Road is easy to miss if you don't know it's there. It's just a gravel path with an old wooden sign that's barely visible at night. As I made the turn, the smell was suddenly overwhelmingly strong, like someone had sprayed the perfume directly into my face. It was suffocating, sickly sweet and floral, with something underneath it that I can't quite describe, something unpleasant. I almost lost control of my bike because I instinctively reached up to cover my nose. My heart was pounding now. This wasn't right. There's absolutely no reason for that smell to be there. No houses nearby, no cars, no people walking around at nearly 1 in the morning on a deserted country road. The smell was so intense that my eyes started watering. I sped up, gravel crunching loudly under my tires. Meadow Creek Road is about 3 miles of loose rocks and dirt before it connects to the private drive that leads to my granddad's house. It's surrounded by dense woods on both sides, and riding it at night always requires extra focus because of the poor visibility and uneven surface. The perfume scent followed me. It wasn't constant. It would fade and then suddenly intensify, like I was passing through patches of it. Each time it happened, I felt more and more uncomfortable. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see someone or something behind me, but there was nothing but darkness. About halfway down Meadow Creek, I caught movement in my peripheral vision. Just a quick flash of something pale by the tree line to my right. I jerked my head to look, but whatever it was, if anything, was gone. Probably just an animal, I told myself, maybe a deer or a fox. But combined with the inexplicable perfume, it made my skin crawl. I was going faster than I should have on that gravel road, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to get home as quickly as possible. The woods seemed to press in closer to the road, the trees forming black walls on either side. My headlight carved a narrow path forward, but beyond that small circle of light was utter darkness. The perfume came again, stronger than ever, and this time I swear I heard something too, like a soft laugh. Not loud, just barely audible over the sound of my engine. It could have been the wind, or my imagination working overtime, but it sounded feminine and close, as if someone was sitting right behind me on the bike. I nearly lost control again, twisting around to look behind me, even though I knew nobody was there. My back tire skidded on the loose gravel, and I had to focus on straightening out before I ended up in a ditch. My hands were sweating inside my gloves, and I could feel my heart hammering against my ribs. When I finally reached the turnoff to my property, marked by a cattle gate that I have to open manually, I was so on edge that I almost didn't want to stop. But I had to get through the gate, so I brought the bike to a halt and quickly dismounted. As soon as I killed the engine, the silence of the countryside crashed down around me. No traffic noise, no distant voices, just the subtle sounds of the natural world, and my own ragged breathing. I hurried to unlock the padlock on the gate, constantly looking over my shoulder. The perfume was still there, but fainter now. My hands were shaking so badly that I struggled with the lock for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Once I got it open, I swung the gate wide, rushed back to my bike and rode through. I would normally stop to close and lock the gate behind me, but I was too freaked out. I just wanted to get to the house. My grandfather's place is about half a mile up a dirt driveway from the gate, surrounded by old oak trees and set back in a small clearing. Usually I find it charming and peaceful. That night, the dark windows and isolated location just made it look forbidding. As I approached the house, I hit the remote for the garage door that I'd clipped to my jacket. The door began its slow ascent, and I aimed my bike for the opening, desperate to get inside. That's when the perfume hit me again, so strong that it made me gag. And with it came that same soft laugh, right in my ear. I gunned the engine and shot into the garage, nearly hitting the workbench along the back wall. I scrambled off my bike, slammed my hand against the button to close the garage door, and backed away, watching the gap slowly close. The perfume smell was inside the garage with me now, hanging heavy in the air. When the garage door finally closed with a solid thunk, I felt a momentary sense of relief, but I still needed to get into the house itself. The door connecting the garage to the kitchen has a deadbolt that requires a key. My hands were shaking so badly that I dropped my key ring twice before managing to get the right key in the lock. As I fumbled with the door, I became aware of a pressure change, like when someone enters a room behind you. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and the perfume smell intensified. I was absolutely certain that if I turned around, I would see someone standing there. But the rational part of my brain screamed not to look, to just get the door open and get inside. The lock finally turned, and I practically fell into the kitchen. Slamming the door behind me and throwing the deadbolt, I hit every light switch I could find, flooding the house with light. Then I just stood there in the kitchen, back against the door, breathing hard and trying to calm down. The house was silent and empty, just as I'd left it that morning, but even inside I could still smell traces of that perfume. I checked every room, turned on every light, looked in closets and under beds like a scared kid. Nothing, nobody, but the smell lingered. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house settling. By morning, the perfume smell had finally dissipated, and daylight made everything seem more normal. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing, stress, exhaustion, and an overactive imagination combining to freak me out. But here's the thing that's been keeping me awake since then. When I finally worked up the courage to go back out to the garage the next day, I noticed something on my motorcycle that I hadn't seen the night before. On the back seat, there was a small wet spot, as if someone had spilled liquid there. When I leaned close to look at it, I could smell it. The same perfume, concentrated and strong. I've asked around town if there have ever been any stories about that stretch of road. No one's mentioned anything specific, but old Mr. Greaves at the hardware store gave me an odd look when I described where exactly I'd been riding. He asked if I'd smelled anything strange before his wife called him away. When I tried to ask him about it later, he just shook his head and said I should stick to the main roads at night. I'm back in the city now, but I can't stop thinking about what happened. Sometimes, when I'm riding my bike here, I catch myself checking my mirrors more often, half expecting to smell that perfume again. What was it? Who was it? And why do I have this nagging feeling that whatever it was, it followed me home? Story 6. I never thought I'd be the kind of person sharing experiences like this. For most of my life, I was the guy who'd roll his eyes at ghost stories and supernatural claims. I had built my entire worldview around logic, reason, and the physical laws of the universe. If you couldn't measure it or prove it with science, it didn't exist, period. But something happened to me last summer that I still can't explain. I've spent months trying to rationalize it, but I keep coming back to the same conclusion. What I experienced that night at La Salette was real. I live in Attleboro, Massachusetts, a quiet town that most people probably haven't heard of unless they're from around here. It's not the kind of place where exciting things happen, except we do have the National Shrine of Our Lady of La Salette, a Catholic shrine with beautiful grounds that attracts visitors year-round, especially during their Christmas light display. My grandmother used to take me there when I was a kid. I didn't care about the religious aspect back then. I was more interested in the lights and the little pond with the ducks. As I grew older, I became increasingly skeptical about religion. By college, I considered myself a full-blown atheist and prided myself on being too rational for spiritual beliefs. This mindset served me well through my 20s and early 30s. I built a career as a software engineer, made good money, but something always felt missing. At first, I thought it was just the usual mid-30s existential crisis. Maybe I needed to change jobs or move to a different city. Then about 8 months ago, something began to shift. It wasn't sudden, more like a gradual awakening. I started feeling drawn to questions I'd previously dismissed. What's the purpose of all this? Is there more to reality than what we can measure? The certainty I once had about the non-existence of anything spiritual began to crack. I started reading, not just atheist philosophers I'd previously embraced, but religious and spiritual texts from various traditions. I meditated, I had conversations with friends who were believers. I wasn't ready to call myself religious, but I was definitely questioning my previous convictions. That brings me to that night in July. It was unusually cool for summer, around 65 degrees, with a clear sky full of stars. I'd been feeling restless all day, like something was pulling at me. Around 9 in the evening, I felt an inexplicable urge to visit La Salette. It sounds weird, I know. Who visits a religious shrine at night? But the feeling was so strong I couldn't ignore it. The shrine officially closes at 9, but the grounds remain accessible. When I arrived around 9:30, the parking lot was nearly empty, just 2 other cars. The main buildings were closed and dark, but the paths through the grounds were dimly lit by small lights along the walkways. I remember feeling strangely calm as I stepped out of my car. The air was cool and still, with that particular summer night smell of grass and earth. Crickets were chirping everywhere. I stood there for a moment, just taking it in, wondering why I felt so compelled to come here after all these years. The shrine has these paths where you can walk the stations of the Rosary, a series of small shrines with statues depicting scenes from the life of Jesus. I'm not Catholic, but I remembered the basic layout from my childhood visits. I started walking along the path, my footsteps crunching softly on the gravel. I wasn't thinking about anything specific, just letting my mind wander while enjoying the peacefulness. There were no other visitors that I could see, and the quiet was profound. Just the crickets, the occasional rustle of leaves, and my footsteps. I'd made it about halfway through the stations when I felt something change. It's hard to describe, but the air seemed to become different. Heavier somehow, but not in an oppressive way. More like it had become more substantial, more present. The crickets had gone silent, which I didn't notice immediately but would later realize. I stopped walking and looked around, trying to identify what had changed. That's when I saw it. About 40 feet away, near the shrine of the crucifixion, was a figure. At first, I thought it was another visitor, someone wearing white clothes that seemed to catch what little light there was. But as I focused on it, I realized several things weren't right. The figure was moving in a way I can't properly describe. It was walking, yes, but also gliding, like its feet weren't quite touching the ground. And the white garment it wore wasn't just white. It had a luminescence to it, not bright like a flashlight, but more like how those glow-in-the-dark stars look on a bedroom ceiling. Enough to make the figure visible in the darkness, but not enough to illuminate the area around it. Even stranger, the figure didn't seem to cast any shadow, despite the path lights that should have created one. My first thought was that someone was playing a prank. Maybe they had some kind of LED clothing. But that didn't explain the strange movement or the lack of shadow. I expected to feel afraid, but I didn't. Not even slightly. Instead, I felt an intense curiosity and, this is going to sound weird, a sense of recognition, like I was seeing something I'd always known existed but had never acknowledged. "Hello," I called out. My voice sounded too loud in the quiet night. The figure didn't respond. It continued its strange movement along the path, seemingly unaware of me. I started walking toward it, moving slowly and carefully. As I got within maybe 25 feet, the figure stopped. It didn't turn toward me or show any awareness of my presence, but it definitely stopped moving. I took a few more steps forward, and that's when things got truly inexplicable. The figure simply vanished. Not like it ran away or ducked behind something. There was nowhere to hide anyway. It disappeared like someone had switched off a light. I stood there, blinking in confusion, wondering if my eyes were playing tricks on me. I walked to the spot where the figure had been and looked around. Nothing. No footprints. No disturbance in the gravel path. No indication that anyone had been there. "Hello?" I called again, louder this time. "Is someone there?" Only silence answered me. I was about to give up, thinking maybe I'd imagined it all, when I caught movement in my peripheral vision. I turned quickly, and there it was again, the same glowing white figure, but now it was about 60 feet away, in the completely opposite direction, near the Garden of Gethsemane shrine. This was physically impossible. There was no way anyone could have moved that distance so quickly without me seeing or hearing them. The gravel paths would have made noise, and there was no direct route between the 2 points. They would have had to circle around several structures, yet there it was, moving with that same not quite walking motion. This time, I decided to approach more carefully. I walked slowly, keeping my eyes fixed on the figure, afraid it would disappear again if I blinked too long. As I got closer, I began to make out more details. The figure appeared to be about my height, maybe slightly taller. The white garment covered most of its body, flowing down to what would be its feet, though I couldn't actually see them. I still couldn't make out any facial features, just a suggestion of a head and the flowing white robes. When I was about 20 feet away, something else strange happened. The figure raised what seemed to be an arm, not pointing at me, but more like a gesture of acknowledgement, or perhaps blessing. It's hard to describe, but it felt intentional, directed at me. Then it vanished again. I spun around, expecting to see it reappear somewhere else, and I was right. It was now near the entrance to the shrine grounds, at least 100 yards away. This pattern continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 or 30 minutes. The figure would appear, I would approach. It would vanish and reappear somewhere else, defying all physical limitations of speed and movement. What strikes me most, in retrospect, is how unafraid I was. There was something about the presence that felt benevolent, reassuring. I can't find the right word, but despite the strangeness of it all, I never felt threatened. If anything, I felt like I was being shown something important. The final appearance was the most profound. The figure appeared near the central shrine, the one depicting the apparition of Mary at La Salette. It was closer than it had been previously, maybe 15 feet away. For the first time, I felt like it was looking directly at me, though I still couldn't make out a face. The air around us seemed to vibrate with an energy I've never felt before or since. It wasn't electrical or static. It was something else entirely, like the air itself had become charged with meaning. The figure raised both arms slightly, in what I can only describe as a welcoming gesture. Then, instead of vanishing instantly like before, it seemed to fade gradually, becoming more transparent until it was gone completely. As it faded, I experienced the most overwhelming sense of peace I've ever felt. It washed over me like a wave, bringing tears to my eyes. I don't know how long I stood there afterward, but eventually I became aware of the crickets chirping again and realized the strange heaviness in the air had lifted. I walked back to my car in a daze. The digital clock on my dashboard read 12:17. I'd been there for nearly 3 hours, though it hadn't felt that long. I drove home in silence, not even turning on the radio. My mind was racing, trying to process what had happened. The logical part of me wanted to find a rational explanation, a prank, a light projection, a hallucination brought on by stress or exhaustion. But none of these explanations fit what I'd experienced. Over the following days and weeks, I researched everything I could about the shrine, about apparitions, about phenomena that could explain what I saw. I found stories of other people who claimed to have seen strange lights or figures there, but nothing that matched my experience exactly. I went back to La Salette several times, always at night, hoping to see the figure again. I never did, but each visit left me with that same sense of peace. It's been 8 months now, and I'm still trying to make sense of it all. I don't know if what I saw was an angel, a ghost, or something else entirely. What I do know is that it was real as the keyboard I'm typing on right now, as real as anything I've ever experienced. The most profound change has been in my worldview. I can no longer call myself an atheist. I don't know exactly what I believe, but I'm certain there's more to this reality than what we can measure or explain with science. There's a dimension to existence that I was blind to before. I haven't told many people about this experience. It's not something you can casually bring up at dinner parties, especially when you've spent most of your adult life ridiculing supernatural nonsense. The few friends I have shared this with have reacted with varying degrees of skepticism, which I understand completely. 8 months ago, I would have reacted the same way. Sometimes I wonder if the experience was meant specifically for me, a tailor-made wake-up call for someone who needed their rigid worldview shattered. Other times, I think I just happened to be in the right place at the right time to witness something that exists, regardless of whether we acknowledge it or not. What I witnessed that night at La Salette defied everything I thought I knew about how the world works. It moved in ways that violated the laws of physics. It appeared and disappeared at impossible distances. It emitted light without any visible source. But the most inexplicable part wasn't the physical impossibility of what I saw. It was the feeling that came with it, that profound sense of peace and recognition, the certainty, bone deep, that I was in the presence of something benevolent and real. I still don't have answers. I still don't know what to call what I experienced. But I no longer need to label it to accept that it happened. Some experiences transcend our limited vocabularies and categories. The world is stranger and more wonderful than I ever allowed myself to believe. And somehow, knowing that makes everything else make more sense. Story 7. Narsol. I've never really shared this with anyone outside my family before. It's not something I talk about much, but after seeing some of the stories here, I felt like maybe it was time to get this off my chest. I'm in my 20s now, but the things that happened to me as a kid still give me chills when I think about them too much. My mum says I was always a sensitive child, not just emotionally, but in other ways that made her nervous. I don't remember a lot from when I was really little, but there are certain incidents that have been told to me so many times they feel like my own memories now. And some things I do remember, clear as day, even though I wish I didn't. The first thing happened when I was 4. We were living in this modest one-story house in Pinewood, a quiet suburb where nothing ever really happened. You know the type? Kids riding bikes, neighbors having barbecues, that sort of place where the biggest drama was usually someone's dog getting loose. Our house wasn't fancy, but it had this big bay window in the living room that looked out onto the front yard. I used to sit on the window seat and watch people walk by. That day, I think it was late October because Mom had put up some Halloween decorations. I was playing in the living room while Mom was in the kitchen making dinner. It was getting dark outside, that weird twilight time when shadows start to stretch. I remember I had these little plastic animals I was lining up on the carpet, making a zoo or something. I suddenly got this feeling. It's hard to explain, but it was like when you know someone's watching you. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I looked toward the bay window, and there he was, the pale man. He was standing in our front yard, partially hidden behind the maple tree, but clearly looking right at me. He was so tall, impossibly tall, like he had been stretched. His skin wasn't just pale, it was almost grey-white, like nothing I'd ever seen before. And his face, His face had these sharp, angular features. Everything about him was pointed. His chin, his nose, his fingers. His eyes were deep set and dark, just staring right at me. I screamed. I remember dropping my toys and just screaming and pointing at the window. My mom came running in from the kitchen, still holding a wooden spoon with sauce dripping from it. "What's wrong? Emma, what's wrong?" she kept asking, but I couldn't stop screaming long enough to tell her. I just kept pointing at the window, crying, "The pale man, the tall, pointy man." Mom says she went to the window and looked out but didn't see anything. She checked around the yard, even went outside for a minute while I sobbed on the couch. When she came back in, she tried to calm me down, telling me it was probably just shadows or my imagination, but I wouldn't stop crying. I was hysterical. I kept saying he was watching me, that he wanted to come inside. Mom says she'd never seen me so terrified before. Something about my reaction scared her too, because even though she didn't see anything, she grabbed her purse, wrapped me in a blanket, and we left the house. We stayed at my aunt's place that night. When we came back the next day, I wouldn't go near that window. Mom tried to convince me it was just my imagination, but I knew what I saw. For weeks after, I refused to be alone in that room. I'd scream if she tried to leave me there. Eventually, we moved out of that house. Mom never really said it was because of what happened, but I've always wondered. That was just the beginning, though. About 2 years later, when I was 6, we were staying at my grandmother's house for the weekend. It was this big old place with lots of rooms and creaky floorboards. The kind of house that seems magical to a kid, but probably just needs a lot of repairs. My grandmother was getting older, but still living by herself. She'd been a widow for over a decade at that point. My mom and my aunt were in the kitchen, catching up and making lunch. I remember being bored, so I wandered off to explore the house. I ended up in my grandmother's bedroom. It was this formal room with a heavy wooden bed frame and floral curtains that always smelled like lavender and old perfume. I don't know how long I was in there before my aunt came looking for me. When she found me, I was sitting cross-legged on the floor by the bed, talking and laughing. She asked who I was talking to, and I looked up at her like she was silly for asking. "The girl," I said, pointing to the empty space across from me. "We're playing house." My aunt tells me she felt a chill run down her spine. She asked me to describe the girl, and I told her she had long brown hair in 2 braids and was wearing a blue dress with white flowers on it, just like the one my aunt used to wear when she was little. There was an old photo of my aunt in that exact dress on my grandmother's dresser. My aunt didn't immediately freak out. Instead, she sat down on the bed and asked me more questions. She asked if the girl had told me her name. I said no, but she was nice and seemed sad because she couldn't find her grandma. That's when my aunt got really quiet. She told me that sometimes people who have died can get lost on their way to heaven. She said if I wanted to help the girl, I should tell her to go find my grandmother. Not my living grandmother, but my great-grandmother who had passed away years before. I turned to the empty space and repeated what my aunt told me. Then the strangest thing happened. I saw the girl's face change. She looked scared and confused. "She says Grandma is dead," I told my aunt. My aunt nodded slowly and said, "Tell her that's okay. Tell her to go to heaven, and her grandmother will be waiting for her there." I passed along the message, and what happened next is something I remember with absolute clarity. The girl smiled, a sad, sweet smile, and then looked up toward the ceiling. I followed her gaze and saw what looked like a staircase made of clouds forming above us, leading up to a bright, warm light. The girl stood up and gave me a little wave. "She's going now," I told my aunt, who had tears in her eyes, even though she couldn't see what I was seeing. I watched as the girl climbed the cloudy steps, getting smaller and smaller until she disappeared into the light. Then the staircase vanished too, and the room felt suddenly colder and emptier. My aunt hugged me tight and made me promise not to tell my grandmother what had happened. She was worried it would upset her. It wasn't until years later that I learned the truth. My grandmother had lost a child, a little girl who died from pneumonia in the 1950s. She would have been around my aunt's age if she had lived. These weren't isolated incidents either. My family has a history of experiences. There's one story about my aunt that still gives me goosebumps. When she was about 4 years old, around the same age I was when I saw the pale man, my grandmother found her sitting in the corner of her bedroom, rocking back and forth. She was muttering something under her breath, over and over. When my grandmother got closer, she realized my aunt was speaking in Portuguese, a language no one in our family knew or had ever been exposed to. My grandmother was so freaked out she called for my grandfather, but when they turned around to look at my aunt again, she was asleep on the floor. When she woke up, she had no memory of speaking Portuguese or sitting in the corner. As I got older, the experiences became less frequent, but more intense. When I was around 10, we moved into another house, a 2-story place with a finished basement. My bedroom was upstairs at the end of the hall. I started hearing scratching sounds in my walls at night. At first, Mom said it was probably mice, but our exterminator found no evidence of rodents. The scratching would start around 3 in the morning, always 3. It sounded like fingernails dragging slowly down the inside of the wall, right by my headboard. I started sleeping with music playing to drown it out, but sometimes it would get so loud the music couldn't cover it. One night, I woke up to find my bedroom door open, even though I distinctly remembered closing it before bed. I always closed it. I was afraid of the dark hallway. As I lay there, trying to decide if I should get up and close it or just pull the covers over my head, I saw a shadow move across the doorway. It wasn't just any shadow. It was shaped like a person, but too tall and too thin to be my mom or anyone else. It paused right at my doorway, and I swear I could feel it looking at me even though I couldn't see any eyes. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to scream or move. The shadow just stood there for what felt like forever, and then it slowly backed away into the darkness of the hall. The next morning I told my mom, and she checked the house for intruders, but of course there was no one there. She said I must have had a nightmare and sleepwalked to open my door, but I know what I saw. The thing that convinced my mom something weird was really happening came a few months later. She was home alone one afternoon. I was at school, and we didn't have any pets at the time. She was folding laundry in the living room when she heard a child's laughter coming from upstairs, from my room. She thought maybe I had come home early from school without her noticing, so she called out my name. No response, just more giggling. She went upstairs to check and found my room empty, but my closet door was open, and some of my toys had been arranged in a circle on the floor, toys that had been stored away in a box under my bed. While she was standing there, trying to make sense of it, she felt something tug on her shirt from behind. She spun around, but no one was there. That's when she heard a voice whisper, "Play with me." She ran downstairs, grabbed her phone and car keys, and waited on the front porch until I got home from school. We sage-smudged the house that weekend. My mom, who had always been skeptical about paranormal stuff, bought a bunch of crystals and placed them around the house. She even had a local priest come by to bless the place. The activity died down after that, at least for a while. But there was one more incident, the last major one, that happened when I was 13. My mom and I had gone camping with some family friends in this state park about 2 hours from our house. We had 2 tents set up, one for the adults and one for me and my friend Katie. The first night was fine, just normal camping stuff, roasting marshmallows, telling stories around the fire, stargazing. But on the second night, I woke up around midnight needing to pee. I didn't want to wake Katie, so I quietly unzipped our tent and stepped outside with my flashlight. The campsite was dead silent. The fire had died down to embers, and everyone else was asleep. The bathroom was just down this little dirt path, maybe 100 yards from our site. I started walking, my flashlight beam bouncing along the ground in front of me. About halfway there, my flashlight started to flicker. I smacked it against my palm a few times, but it kept getting dimmer until it went out completely. The moon was bright enough that I could still see the path, so I kept going. That's when I heard it. Footsteps behind me. Heavy footsteps, like someone wearing boots, crunching on fallen leaves. I turned around, expecting to see one of the adults from our group, but there was no one there. The footsteps stopped when I turned. I called out, "Hello, is someone there?" No answer. I started walking again, faster now, and the footsteps resumed, matching my pace exactly. Every time I stopped, they stopped too. I was too scared to turn around again. When I reached the bathroom, I rushed inside and locked the door. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I waited in there for what felt like forever, trying to convince myself it was just an animal or the wind playing tricks on me. Finally, I gathered my courage and opened the door a crack to peek outside. The path was empty, but something caught my eye, a figure standing just beyond the tree line, partially hidden behind a large pine. It was tall and unnaturally thin, and even in the darkness, I could tell its skin was pale, almost glowing in the moonlight. My blood ran cold. It was him, the pale man from when I was 4. He looked exactly the same, like he hadn't aged a day while I had grown up. He was just standing there, watching me with those deep-set eyes. I slammed the door shut and started screaming. I screamed until my throat hurt, until I heard voices and saw flashlight beams through the crack under the door. It was the adults from our campsite coming to see what was wrong. When they finally convinced me to open the door, I was hysterical, telling them about the pale man in the woods. They searched the area but found nothing. My mom was ready to dismiss it as my imagination again, but our friend's husband, who had been a park ranger years before, found something that made everyone uneasy. A set of footprints in the soft dirt that led from the tree line to the bathroom door, long, narrow footprints that didn't match anyone in our group. We packed up and left that night, even though it was the middle of the night. No one questioned it. No one wanted to stay. I'm 23 now, and I haven't seen the pale man since that night at the campsite. The scratching sound stopped when we moved out of that house a year later. I haven't seen any more ghost girls or cloudy staircases to heaven, but sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I still get that feeling of being watched. Sometimes I hear whispers just at the edge of my hearing. And every once in a while, when I look in a mirror in a dark room, I swear I can see a tall, thin shadow standing behind me, just for a second, just from the corner of my eye. My mum thinks I've grown out of whatever sensitivity I had as a child. She thinks the distance from those experiences has helped me move on. But the truth is, I don't think you ever really escape these things once they've found you. I think they're always there, just waiting. And I can't help but wonder if someday the pale man will return to finish whatever it was he started all those years ago at the house on Maple Drive. Story 8. I still can't believe what happened to me 3 months ago. I've been trying to make sense of it, but I just can't. It's like my brain refuses to process it, you know? I've always been skeptical about paranormal stuff. Ghost stories were just that, stories, until I experienced something I can't explain. I'm 17, and I live with my dad in a pretty standard suburban house in Rochester. 2-story, 3 bedrooms upstairs, nothing special. My parents got divorced when I was 14, and my mom moved to California for work. Dad's been dating again for about 6 months now, and he's been spending more and more nights at his girlfriend Karen's place. I'm usually fine being home alone. I mean, I'm 17, not 7, but that night in March was different. It was a Thursday, and Dad had texted me around 6 saying he was staying at Karen's. No big deal. I ordered pizza, finished some homework, and by 11 I was in my bedroom scrolling through TikTok. Our house gets really creepy at night. The heating system makes these weird settling noises, and the trees outside my window scrape against the siding when it's windy. That night was particularly windy, and every sound had me on edge for some reason. One thing about our house, the stairs are loud, like impossibly loud. They creak so bad that when I was younger and tried to sneak downstairs for midnight snacks, Dad would always catch me. You literally cannot go up or down those stairs without announcing yourself to the entire house. I don't normally lock my bedroom door, but that night I did. It wasn't because I was scared or anything. It had just become a habit whenever Dad wasn't home. Just an extra precaution, I guess. My bedroom is at the end of the hallway upstairs, with the bathroom directly across and 2 spare bedrooms next to mine. One is Dad's office, and the other is just storage guest room that nobody ever uses. I always keep the hallway light on when I'm alone. The light seeps under my door, creating this little glowing line that's oddly comforting. I was lying in bed, watching some stupid dance videos when I heard it, the stairs creaking. At first, I thought maybe it was just the house settling, but no, it was definitely footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps climbing our noisy staircase, step by step, creak after creak. My immediate thought was that Dad had changed his mind and come home. But then I realized I hadn't heard the front door open or close, and Dad always calls out, "Lily, I'm home," when he comes in. I sat up in bed, my heart instantly racing. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and then started down the hallway toward the bedrooms, toward my room. I stared at the crack under my door, holding my breath. As the footsteps passed by my door, the light from the hallway suddenly disappeared, like something was blocking it completely. Not just a shadow passing by, but total darkness. The footsteps continued past my room and into one of the spare bedrooms, Dad's office, I think. I could hear movement in there. Not loud or violent, just movement. Like someone opening drawers, shifting papers. Ordinary sounds that would be completely normal if my dad was actually home. But he wasn't. I hadn't heard the front door. I hadn't heard his car pull up. I hadn't heard him call my name. I sat frozen in my bed, clutching my phone, wondering if I should call 911. What if it was an intruder? But why would an intruder be so casual about going through Dad's office? And how did they get in without me hearing the door? Then the footsteps came back into the hallway. They stopped right outside my door. The light under the door was still blocked completely. The doorknob rattled, not violently like someone trying to break in, but casually like someone checking if it was locked. Just a quick jiggle of the handle. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I wasn't even sure my heart was still beating. I just stared at my door, waiting for it to burst open, but it didn't. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds, the footsteps moved away from my door. But here's the thing. They didn't go back toward the stairs. They went further down the hallway, toward the dead end, where there's just a small linen closet. Then nothing. No more footsteps. The light under my door reappeared. Complete silence fell over the house. I sat there for what must have been 20 minutes, absolutely terrified to move. My phone was at 16% battery, and I was too scared to get up and grab my charger from my desk. I texted Dad, "Are you home?" 3 agonizing minutes later, he replied, "No, at Karen's like I said. Everything okay?" I wanted to tell him what was happening, but I was afraid that whatever was in our house would somehow know I was alerting someone. So I just wrote back, "Yeah, just thought I heard something, NVM." He sent back a thumbs-up emoji. That was it. I was on my own. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, but I know what I heard. Those stairs are unmistakable, and the doorknob definitely moved, and the light under my door definitely disappeared. But the scariest part, the feeling of being watched, didn't go away. Even though the footsteps had stopped and the light had returned, I could feel eyes on me. Like whatever it was hadn't left, it was just waiting, watching. I pulled my covers up to my chin, keeping my eyes fixed on the door. I tried calling my best friend Jenna, but it was after midnight and she didn't answer. I thought about calling 911, but what would I say? "Hello, Something walked up my stairs, but I didn't hear it come in, and now it's just somewhere in my house. They'd think I was crazy or playing a prank. At some point, I must have fallen asleep from pure exhaustion. I woke up at around 6 in the morning, my phone dead beside me. The sun was starting to rise, and my room was filled with that early morning grey light. The first thing I did was check under the door. The hallway light was still on. I listened for any sounds in the house but heard nothing. Eventually I worked up the courage to unlock my door. My hand was shaking so badly I could barely turn the lock. When I finally opened it, the hallway was empty. I checked all the rooms upstairs. Nothing was disturbed. Dad's office looked normal. The guest room was untouched. The linen closet at the end of the hall was closed, and when I opened it, it was just full of towels and sheets like always. I went downstairs, half expecting to find the front door wide open or a window broken, but everything was locked tight. No sign of forced entry, no sign that anyone or anything had been in our house besides me. When Dad came home around noon, I told him what happened. He looked concerned, but ultimately chalked it up to me falling asleep while watching something scary on my phone. He checked all the doors and windows again, but found nothing suspicious. He said it was probably just a dream or my imagination working overtime. But I know what I heard. I know what I felt. And the weirdest part is that it hasn't happened again. I've been alone in the house dozens of times since then, and nothing. No footsteps, no doorknob rattling, no blocked light under my door. Sometimes I wonder if whatever it was got what it wanted that night. Or maybe it's just biding its time, waiting to return. Either way, I sleep with my door locked every night now, and I've started putting a chair under the doorknob for extra security. I don't know what was in my house that night. I don't know how it got in without making a sound, or how it left without going back down those impossibly loud stairs. All I know is that it was there, and it wanted to get into my room. The worst part is not knowing what it was or what it wanted. Not knowing if it will come back. Not knowing if next time a locked door will be enough to keep it out. Dad's talking about selling the house next year when I go to college. I can't wait. I used to love this house, but now I just count the days until I can leave it behind for good. I still haven't told anyone else about this. I mean, what would I say? Even writing this out now, I know how it sounds. But I swear on everything I care about, this happened. It wasn't a dream, and it wasn't my imagination. Something was in my house that night. Something that climbed those stairs and checked if my door was locked. Something that disappeared down a hallway with nowhere to go. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the house and it gets really quiet, I swear I can feel it watching me again. Story 9. I've never openly shared what happened to me growing up in Oak Ridge. For nearly 20 years, I kept most of this to myself because I was afraid people would think I was crazy or making things up for attention. Even now, typing this out makes my hands shake a little, but I need to tell someone who might understand or at least not immediately dismiss me. My parents bought our house in the Oak Ridge development when I was about 4 years old. It was a pretty typical suburban neighborhood. Cookie-cutter houses with slightly different color schemes, neatly trimmed lawns, and families with 2.5 kids and a dog. Our house was at the end of a cul-de-sac, backing up to a small wooded area. From the outside, it looked perfectly normal. I remember the day we moved in. Mom was so excited about the big backyard and the basement that Dad could turn into a rec room. I was just happy I got my own bedroom with lavender walls. But that first night, something felt off. I couldn't explain it at 4 years old, but I felt like someone was watching me, not in a threatening way, just present. Within a few weeks, I started begging to sleep in my parents' room. At first, they thought it was just adjustment anxiety from the move, but I was genuinely terrified of my bedroom. I would cry and scream until they let me drag my blanket and pillow onto their floor. My mom started getting worried when this continued for months. especially since I couldn't really articulate what scared me. I just knew I wasn't alone in my room. It wasn't until I was about 6 that I actually saw her for the first time. I was sleeping on my parents' bedroom floor as usual. It was probably around 2 in the morning when I woke up for no particular reason. The room was dark, except for the dim glow of my dad's digital alarm clock. As my eyes adjusted, I noticed a figure standing beside my mom's side of the bed. At first, I thought it was my mom getting up to use the bathroom, but then I realized my mom was still in bed. It was a little girl. She looked about my age, maybe a bit younger, with long dark hair and a pale blue nightgown that seemed old-fashioned, like from an old photograph. But the detail that made my blood run cold was what she was holding. An antique glass doll with porcelain skin and a frilly dress. We had that exact same doll in a box in our basement. My mom had found it when we moved in and kept it as a curiosity, though it always creeped me out. The girl wasn't doing anything threatening. She was just standing there, stroking my mom's hair with one hand while clutching the doll with the other, looking at my mom with what seemed like longing. Then, as if sensing my stare, she slowly turned her head and looked directly at me. I'll never forget her eyes. They weren't scary or glowing or anything supernatural like that. They were just sad. Profoundly sad in a way that's unsettling to see on a child's face. We locked eyes for what felt like forever, neither of us moving, until something in me snapped and I let out this ear-splitting scream. My mum bolted upright, my dad nearly fell out of bed, and the lights came on. But the girl was gone. I was hysterical, trying to explain what I'd seen, but my parents just assumed I had a nightmare. My mum held me and assured me there was no little girl in our house. Dad checked under the bed and in the closet to humor me, but of course, found nothing. "Ashley, sweetheart, it was just a bad dream," my mom said, stroking my hair just like the ghost girl had been stroking hers moments before. That only made me cry harder. The next morning, I insisted on showing them the doll in the basement, the exact same one the ghost girl had been holding. I remember the uncomfortable look my parents exchanged when I dragged them to the storage box where it was kept. The doll was there, exactly as it had been, but now I was convinced it belonged to the girl I'd seen. "Where did this come from?" I demanded, pointing at the doll but refusing to touch it. My mom hesitated before answering. "It was just left in the attic when we bought the house, honey. It's probably from the previous owners." I later learned the truth was more complicated. Our development had been built on land that once belonged to a single family. Their old farmhouse had been torn down in the 70s to make way for the subdivision, but apparently they had a daughter who died young. I didn't learn these details until I was older, when I overheard neighbors talking at a block party. Supposedly, the little girl had fallen into a well on the property sometime in the 1930s. They never built houses over where the well used to be. That area became part of the community playground, which somehow made it even creepier to me. After that first sighting, things started happening that I couldn't explain. My belongings would disappear, only to reappear months later in impossible locations. When I was 7, I got a silver necklace with an A pendant for my birthday. I wore it constantly for about 2 weeks, then one day it was just gone. I was devastated and searched everywhere. My parents helped me look, but we all assumed it was lost for good. 6 months later, I came home from school and found the necklace perfectly placed in the center of my bedroom carpet. The chain formed into a perfect circle with the pendant in the middle. It wasn't tangled or dusty. It looked like someone had just carefully arranged it there moments before. There was no way it had been there all along. My room was vacuumed weekly, and the necklace was right in the middle of an open space. When I showed my mum, she seemed disturbed, but tried to rationalize it. "Maybe it was stuck in your laundry and finally fell out," she suggested, though we both knew that made no sense. When I was 9, my favorite soccer jersey went missing after a game. Again, we searched everywhere. The car, the laundry, under furniture. It was just gone. A year later, I opened my closet to find it hanging there, clean and pressed, as if it had never been missing. The thing is, it was hung up at a height I couldn't even reach without a stool, and it wasn't wrinkled or dirty like it would have been if it had been crammed somewhere all that time. My parents started to get annoyed when I mentioned these occurrences, especially as they became more frequent. They suggested I was absent-minded or seeking attention. After a while, I stopped telling them altogether. By the time I hit middle school, I'd gotten somewhat used to my invisible roommate. I'd learned to live with the sense of being watched, with items moving or disappearing. Sometimes I'd wake up to find my TV turned on to random channels, despite the remote being across the room. Lights would switch on and off when I was alone in the house. Once I came home to find all my stuffed animals arranged in a perfect circle on my bed, something I definitely hadn't done before leaving for school. What was strange was that no one else in my family experienced these things. My young brother Mark never had toys go missing or complained about feeling watched. My parents never woke up to unexplainable noises or found their belongings rearranged. It was just me. But occasionally, neighbors would mention odd things. Mrs. Peterson next door once asked my mom if we had a little girl visiting, because she'd heard a child giggling in our backyard when she knew I was at school. The family across the street once called the police because they thought they heard a child crying in our house when they knew we were all out for dinner. The police found nothing, of course. One summer evening when I was 14, I was home alone working on a school project at the kitchen table. My parents had taken Mark to his baseball game, and I'd stayed behind to finish my work. The house was quiet except for the hum of the air conditioner. I was deeply focused on my textbook when I felt a distinct tug on my ponytail. I whipped around, heart racing, but saw nothing. "Hello?" I called out shakily, knowing no one would answer. As I turned back to my book, I noticed something on the floor a few feet away, a small handprint, like someone with wet hands had touched the hardwood, but it wasn't water. It looked like mud. Fresh mud. I approached it cautiously and knelt down. It was definitely a child's handprint, much smaller than mine. As I stared at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, I heard a soft giggle from the hallway leading to the bedrooms. My blood ran cold, but something in me had had enough. After years of unexplained events, I was tired of being afraid in my own home. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice stronger than I felt. "Why are you here?" There was no answer, but the temperature in the kitchen suddenly dropped. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face, despite it being July. The muddy handprint began to dry and fade before my eyes, disappearing completely within seconds. I don't know what possessed me, but I got up and walked toward the hallway. "I know you're there," I said. "I've always known. You don't scare me anymore." That wasn't entirely true. I was terrified. But something told me showing fear would only make things worse. As I reached the hallway, I saw her again. The same little girl from years ago, still clutching that antique doll. She stood at the far end, partially transparent, but definitely there. She didn't look menacing. She looked lonely. "What's your name?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She didn't answer, but she took a step toward me, then another. With each step, the lights in the hallway flickered. I held my ground, though every instinct told me to run. When she was about 5 feet away, she stopped and lifted the doll as if offering it to me. I shook my head. "That's yours. You can keep it." A tear rolled down her pale cheek, and then she vanished, just disappeared into thin air. The temperature returned to normal immediately, and the oppressive feeling that had filled the hallway lifted. That night, I did something I hadn't done in years. I slept in my own room without fear. For some reason, I felt like we'd reached an understanding, this ghost girl and I. I didn't know her story, but I somehow knew she wasn't trying to harm me. Maybe she was just trying to connect with someone, to be remembered. The next morning, I went down to the basement and found the box with the glass doll. I brought it up to my room and placed it on my shelf. It felt right somehow, acknowledging her presence instead of pretending it wasn't real. When my mom noticed it later, she seemed concerned. "Are you sure you want that creepy thing in your room?" she asked. "It's not creepy," I replied. "It's just old, and I think it belongs here." After that day, the disappearances and reappearances of my belongings stopped completely. The feeling of being watched diminished, though it never fully went away. Occasionally, I'd still hear soft footsteps in the hallway when no one was there, or catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision. But it no longer felt threatening or scary. What's strange is that as I got older and prepared to leave for college, the activity increased again. My alarm clock would go off at random times. I'd find my packed boxes unpacked, items returned to their original places in my room. It was as if she knew I was leaving and was trying to prevent it. The night before I left for college, I woke up around 3 in the morning to find her standing at the foot of my bed. She looked exactly the same as she had that first night. Sad eyes, antique nightgown, clutching her doll. But this time she wasn't just watching, she was crying, tears streaming silently down her face. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I have to go. But I'm not forgetting about you." She stayed there, unmoving except for the tears, until I eventually fell back asleep. When I woke in the morning, the doll that had been on my shelf was on my pillow, right next to where my head had been. I left it there when I moved out. It felt wrong to take it with me. I think she needed it more than I did. I'm 23 now and have my own apartment in a different city. My parents still live in that house, and every time I visit, I feel her presence. She never shows herself anymore, but I know she's there. My brother, who's in high school now, sometimes mentions hearing weird noises, but he's never experienced anything like what I did. Last Christmas, I was staying in my old room and distinctly felt someone sit on the edge of my bed in the middle of the night. I wasn't scared. I just whispered, "I missed you too," and fell back asleep. I've since researched the history of the land our development was built on. The Henderson family owned the property from 1893 until 1972. Their daughter, Elizabeth, died in 1934 at age 7. She fell down a well on the property while playing. According to newspaper archives, she was clutching a beloved doll when they found her body. Sometimes I wonder if I should tell my parents the full extent of what happened, but I don't see the point in scaring them now. They've lived in that house for nearly 20 years without experiencing what I did. Whatever connection Elizabeth and I had, it was specific to me. I don't know why she chose me. Maybe I reminded her of someone, or maybe I was just the first person who could see her. All I know is that somewhere in Oak Ridge, in my parents' house, a little girl who died almost 90 years ago is still there, playing with her doll, waiting for someone to acknowledge her existence. And sometimes, late at night in my apartment 300 miles away, I still wake up with the distinct feeling that I'm being watched. Some connections, it seems, don't care about distance or time, or even the barrier between life and death. Some connections just are. Story 10. I've been sitting here for 2 hours, trying to find the right words to type this out. My hands are still shaky, and I keep looking over my shoulder, even though I'm back at my parents' house now. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what happened 3 days ago in my dorm at Bradford College has completely messed with my head. For context, I'm a sophomore at Bradford, which isn't really important except for understanding why I was alone in my dorm building. The fall semester had just ended, and almost everyone had already gone home for winter break. My dad was supposed to pick me up on Saturday, but he couldn't make it until Sunday because of some work emergency. So I ended up being one of maybe 5 or 6 people left in my entire building. My dorm is kind of unusual compared to other colleges. Bradford bought this old hotel a few years back and converted it into student housing. It's actually pretty nice, bigger rooms than standard dorms, private bathrooms and all that. But being an old hotel, it has this weird layout with long hallways that seem to go on forever, and everything echoes when it's empty. By Saturday night, the place was practically a ghost town. All my friends had left, and I was just killing time watching Netflix and packing. Around 10 at night, I realized I hadn't done laundry, and I still had a bunch of dirty clothes I needed to take home. I figured I might as well wash them, since I had nothing better to do. The laundry room is in the basement, down this dimly lit stairwell that's already creepy enough during regular hours. But at night, with barely anyone around, it felt like something straight out of a horror movie. The stairs creak, the lighting flickers, and there's this weird smell, like old carpet and something else I can't quite place. I stuffed all my clothes into a washing machine and headed back upstairs. My room was on the 3rd floor, which meant I had to pass through 2 floors of empty hallways. The 2nd floor was completely dark, except for the emergency exit signs that cast this eerie red glow. The building is set up so some doors are always left open for air circulation or whatever, and as I walked past them, I could see into the empty rooms. Beds stripped, desks cleared out, personal items gone, just empty shells waiting for next semester. I got back to my room and tried to distract myself with more Netflix, but the Wi-Fi was being super spotty since they'd already started reducing services for the break. Time was dragging, and I kept checking my phone. At exactly midnight, I remember looking at the time, I decided to go check if my clothes were ready to move to the dryer. The hallways seemed even quieter than before. You know that feeling when a place is so quiet that your own breathing sounds loud? It was like that, plus this weird pressure in my ears like when you're on an airplane. I took the stairs down, moved my stuff to the dryer, and set it for an hour. Instead of going back to my room, I decided to wait in the small lounge area near the laundry room. There was an old vending machine that still worked, and I got a soda and played games on my phone. After about 45 minutes, I was getting bored and figured my clothes might be almost dry anyway, so I checked them, and they still needed more time. I decided to head back to my room and come back later. This is where things get weird. The main stairwell is at the center of the building, but there's also this smaller staircase at the far end that not many people use. It's closer to my room though, so I always take it. It's narrower, and the lights are dimmer, but it's quicker. As I was walking down the 2nd floor hallway toward my staircase, I passed this one room, room 237. The door was partially open, which wasn't unusual since, like I said, some doors are kept open. What caught my eye was that this room looked different from the others. One bed was completely stripped like normal, but the mattress wasn't on it. It was propped up against the wall beside the bed frame. The metal springs of the bed frame were exposed, just an empty rectangle of coils. And that's when I saw him. There was a boy sitting on the empty bed frame, right on the springs. He was wearing black basketball shorts and a black hoodie. His legs were dangling over the edge, swinging back and forth in this slow, deliberate way. His head was down so I couldn't see his face, just the top of his hoodie. My first thought was, oh, someone else is still here. I figured maybe he was staying with whoever lived in that room, and they were just hanging out, but something felt off. Why would someone be sitting on the bare springs when the mattress was right there against the wall? It had to be uncomfortable. I slowed down as I passed the door, and that's when the feeling hit me. It was like someone had dumped a bucket of ice water down my back. I felt this overwhelming wave of dread and sadness. Not fear, exactly. At least not yet. but this profound, crushing sadness that wasn't mine, it felt like it was coming from him. That's also when I realized something else that made my blood run cold. The springs of that bed frame were spaced too wide for someone to sit on comfortably. They were the type that would dig into you if you tried to sit on them. And the mattress was behind him, propped against the wall. There was physically no way he could be sitting where he was without falling through. I stopped walking. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I told myself I was imagining things, that the dim lighting was playing tricks on my eyes. I blinked and looked away for just a second. When I looked back, he was gone, completely gone. The room was empty, just the stripped bed with its mattress against the wall. I ran. I didn't even think about it. My body just reacted. I sprinted down that hallway to the staircase, took the stairs 2 at a time, and didn't stop until I reached my room. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get my keycard to work. Once inside, I slammed the door shut and locked it. I sat on my bed, with my back against the wall, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. Had I imagined it? Was I so tired that my mind was playing tricks on me? But it had seemed so real. The way his legs swung back and forth, the fabric of his shorts moving with each swing. My phone buzzed, making me jump. It was a reminder that my laundry would be done in 10 minutes. There was no way in hell I was going back down there. My clothes could stay in the dryer until morning. I tried telling myself that I was being ridiculous, that there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe someone had been there and left really quickly. Maybe the lighting made it look like he was sitting on the springs when he was actually somewhere else. But none of these explanations felt right. The worst part was the silence. With so few people in the building, every little noise stood out. The heating system turning on made me jump. The ice machine down the hall dropping ice cubes sounded like footsteps. I could swear I heard someone walking past my door multiple times. But when I gathered the courage to peek through the peephole, the hallway was empty. I don't know how, but I must have fallen asleep eventually. I woke up around 6 in the morning, still fully dressed and sitting upright against the wall. My neck was stiff, and for a moment I thought maybe the whole thing had been a nightmare. But I knew it wasn't. The memory was too vivid, the feeling too real. I needed to get my laundry. My dad would be arriving in a few hours, and I couldn't leave without my clothes. So I took a deep breath and made myself go downstairs. The morning light was filtering through the windows now, making the place seem less threatening. I hurried downstairs, grabbed my laundry from the dryer, now cold and wrinkled, and rushed back up, deliberately taking the main staircase to avoid the second floor's hallway where room 237 was located. I was packing up my stuff when curiosity got the better of me. I needed to know if that room was real, if what I'd seen had any logical explanation. So I worked up the courage to go look at it in daylight. The door to room 237 was closed now, which was strange because I distinctly remembered it being open the night before. I stood there for a moment, debating whether to try the handle when the door to the room across the hall opened, and a girl stepped out with a suitcase. I nearly jumped out of my skin. "Hey, you still here too?" she asked, looking surprised to see another person. I nodded, trying to act normal. "Yeah, my dad's picking me up today. Do you know who lives in this room?" I pointed at 237. She frowned. "No one right now. That room's been empty all semester." My stomach dropped. "Empty? Are you sure?" "Yeah, there was a kid assigned to it, but he never showed up at the beginning of the year. Some kind of accident over the summer, I think. They never reassigned it." I wanted to ask more, but I was afraid of what I might learn. I thanked her and went back to my room, where I spent the next few hours jumping at every sound until my dad finally called to say he was outside. As we drove away from campus, I couldn't help looking back at the building, at the window I thought might belong to room 237. Part of me wanted to tell my dad what happened, but I knew how it would sound. Even I wasn't sure what to make of it. I've spent the last 3 days trying to rationalize what I saw. Maybe it was just exhaustion or my mind playing tricks in a nearly empty building, but I can't shake the feeling that what I experienced was real. That sad, swinging-legged boy in the hoodie sitting impossibly on those bed springs. He was there, and then he wasn't. I've tried searching for information about accidents involving Bradford students over the summer, but I haven't found anything specific yet. Part of me doesn't want to know. What if I find out that a boy in a black hoodie died right before the semester started? I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know if I'll ever be able to explain it. But I do know one thing. When I go back for the spring semester, I'm requesting a different dorm building. I don't care what excuse I have to make. I'm never setting foot in that converted hotel again. Le Swimge, Story 11. So see, I've been holding this in for 20 years now. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and I've only told a handful of people face to face. Most think I'm making it up, or that we were all just tired and seeing things. But I know what I saw. And after meeting others who experienced the same thing, I'm convinced something unexplainable happened out there. I was a lance corporal with the British Army, deployed as part of the coalition forces in Iraq back in 2003. This was just after the initial invasion, when things were starting to get messy. My unit was based near Basra, and we'd regularly patrol Highway 80, the main road connecting Kuwait City to Basra. If you don't know about Highway 80, it has a nickname, the Highway of Death. During the first Gulf War in '91, coalition forces absolutely decimated retreating Iraqi military convoys on this stretch of road. Fighter jets and helicopters just rained hell down on them as they tried to flee back to Baghdad. Between 1,400 and 2,000 people died that night. Burned-out vehicles stayed there for years afterward. Tanks, trucks, civilian cars, all just abandoned in the desert with human remains still inside some of them. By the time I got there, most had been cleared, but you could still see the occasional rusted wreck half buried in the sand if you looked carefully. It was early November, around 9 at night. The temperature had dropped to maybe 15 degrees Celsius, which felt cold after the scorching days. The night was clear. I remember looking up and seeing more stars than I'd ever seen before. The desert sky is something else. No light pollution, just this massive dome of stars above you. Our patrol got a call to help recover a Warrior armored vehicle that had broken down about 40 kilometers northeast of the Kuwait border. Standard procedure. One unit stays with the broken vehicle while another comes to help. When we arrived, we found 4 guys standing around their Warrior, looking bored and smoking. The vehicle had some kind of transmission issue, and they'd been waiting nearly 3 hours for us to arrive. Our job was to provide additional security while the recovery team got to work. My Sergeant Davis ordered me and 5 others to set up a perimeter around the vehicle. The highway itself was 6 lanes wide, 3 in each direction, with about 50 meters of flat, sandy ground on either side before the desert proper began. We spread out in a rough circle, maybe 75 meters in diameter, with the broken-down Warrior in the center. I was positioned on the eastern side, facing away from the road into the darkness of the desert. We had night vision goggles, but I wasn't using mine yet, trying to preserve battery life. The moon provided just enough light to see the immediate area around me. The desert was dead quiet except for the occasional crackle of our radios and the distant sound of the recovery team working on the vehicle. About 20 minutes into our watch, I noticed something moving in my peripheral vision, maybe 100 meters out into the desert. At first, I thought it was just shadows playing tricks on me. The desert at night is weird like that. The sand reflects moonlight in ways that can mess with your perception. But then I saw it again. A definite movement, like someone walking parallel to the highway. I raised my SA-80 rifle and looked through the SUSAT scope, but I couldn't see anything clearly. I decided to use my night vision. When I flipped them down, I immediately spotted what looked like a person walking slowly about 100 meters away. The figure was hunched over, moving with a strange gait, almost shambling. "I've got movement bearing 090, approximately 100 meters, I reported into my radio. Davis responded immediately. "Thompson, are you sure? What do you see exactly?" "Looks like a person, Sarge, moving slowly alone." Before he could reply, Jenkins, who was positioned to my right about 30 meters away, cut in. "I see it too. And there's another one behind it." At this point, my heart rate picked up. We were in hostile territory, and unknown persons approaching our position was never good news. It could be insurgents planning an attack, or it could be civilians. Either way, we needed to identify them. Davis ordered, "Thompson, Jenkins, Fuller, move forward and investigate. Everyone else maintain the perimeter." The three of us moved cautiously toward where we'd seen the figures. We spread out in a small wedge formation, using proper tactics, moving slowly and deliberately. As we approached the area, I could no longer see any movement. We got to approximately where I'd seen the figure, but there was nothing there. Just flat sand with the occasional rock or scrub brush. "Spread out, 5-meter intervals. Check the ground," ordered Fuller, who was the corporal in charge of our little investigation team. We searched methodically for about 5 minutes, but found nothing. No footprints in the sand, no disturbed areas, nothing. I was starting to think I'd imagined it when Jenkins called us over. "Look at this," he said, kneeling in the sand. What he'd found was an old Iraqi military helmet, partially buried in the sand. Next to it was a tattered piece of cloth that might have once been a uniform. The helmet had a hole in it, the size of a 50-cal round, I'd guess. There was a dark stain inside that could only have been blood, long since dried and caked with sand. "Gulf War casualty," Fuller said quietly. "Must have been thrown clear when their vehicle got hit." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the night air. I'd been walking over a battlefield where thousands had died. Somehow, finding this tangible evidence made it all more real. "Let's head back," Fuller said. "Nothing out here but ghosts." As we turned to walk back to our positions, I swear I saw movement again, this time from the corner of my eye, maybe 50 meters to our north. I spun around, raising my rifle, but saw nothing. "Did you see that?" I asked. Both Fuller and Jenkins looked where I was pointing. Jenkins nodded slowly. "I saw something move," he confirmed, "but it's gone now." We radioed back to Davis about what we'd found. Just the helmet and rag, nothing to explain the movement we'd seen. He ordered us back to the perimeter. When we returned, the recovery operation was still ongoing. The mechanic was saying it would take at least another 20 minutes to get the Warrior operational enough to tow. I resumed my position, feeling on edge now. Every shadow seemed to move. Every slight noise from the desert grabbed my attention. About 10 minutes after returning to my post, I saw them again. Not one figure this time, but several, maybe 5 or 6, moving about 200 meters out, parallel to the highway. Through my night vision, they looked like people walking slowly, some limping, some moving in unnatural ways. "Multiple contacts, same bearing as before, 200 meters, I reported, trying to keep my voice steady. This time, it wasn't just me and Jenkins. Nearly everyone on the perimeter reported seeing figures moving in the desert around us. Davis ordered no one to leave the perimeter this time, but to maintain visual contact and report any approach. What happened over the next 20 minutes still gives me nightmares. The figures never approached us directly. They would appear, walk in odd patterns, sometimes seeming to drag themselves, then disappear. They'd reappear elsewhere, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away. Through my night vision, I could make out what looked like military uniforms on some of them, civilian clothes on others. Their movements were wrong, jerky, uncoordinated, like marionettes with half their strings cut. At one point, I swear I saw a figure that appeared to be missing its lower half, dragging itself along the sand using its arms. Another seemed to be carrying something in its arms, something about the size of a child. When I reported this, Davis told me to shut up and focus on any actual threats. The recovery team, working in the center of our perimeter, couldn't see what was happening. They were focused on the warrior, with bright work lights illuminating their immediate area. Only those of us on the perimeter, staring out into the darkness, could see the figures moving around us. Wilkins, who was positioned on the opposite side of the perimeter, suddenly fired 3 rounds into the desert. The sharp crack of his rifle shattered the night's silence. "Contact approaching! Didn't respond to challenge!" he shouted over the radio. Davis was furious, demanding to know exactly what Wilkins had seen. Wilkins swore that a figure had approached to within 30 meters of his position, moving quickly, and hadn't stopped when he'd shouted the challenge. 3 of us rushed over to Wilkins' position. We searched the area where he claimed to have seen the figure in the direction he'd fired. Nothing. No blood, no body, not even footprints in the sand. Just 3 bullet casings from Wilkins' rifle. By this point, even Davis was unsettled. He'd initially thought we were just jumpy, seeing things that weren't there. But now, he was scanning the darkness himself, his expression tense. 2 minutes until we're mobile, the recovery team leader announced over the radio. Everyone prepare to mount up. Those 2 minutes felt like 2 hours. The figures continued their bizarre dance around our perimeter, appearing, disappearing, reappearing elsewhere, always just at the edge of clear visibility, never quite distinct enough to make out facial features or details, but unmistakably human-shaped. Finally, the warrior's engine roared to life. We pulled back to the vehicles quickly, maintaining our defensive posture. As I climbed into our Land Rover, I took one last look out into the desert. The figures were still there, still moving, but now they seemed to be watching us. Dozens of them spread out in a wide semicircle, all turned toward our vehicles. Not approaching, just watching. The drive back to base was completely silent. Nobody talked about what we'd seen. It wasn't until the next morning that Jenkins approached me in the mess tent. "You saw them too, right?" he asked quietly. "The people in the desert." I nodded. "Yeah, everyone did." "Not everyone," he said. "I talked to the recovery team. They didn't see anything, and Davis is saying it was just shadows and us being paranoid." Over the following weeks, our experience became something of an unspoken secret among those of us who'd been on the perimeter that night. We didn't discuss it with others, fearing ridicule or questions about our mental fitness. But among ourselves, we knew what we'd seen. 3 months later, I was transferred to another unit. During a joint patrol briefing, I met an American Marine who'd been deployed to the same area. Over cigarettes, he mentioned something about the weird shit on Highway 80. My blood ran cold. "What weird shit?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He looked around to make sure no one else was listening closely. "The ghosts, man. The fucking ghosts of all those Iraqi soldiers and civilians who got wasted during the Highway of Death. My unit was doing a night patrol about 10 kilometers from the Kuwait border, and we saw them walking around in the desert. Command says it's just locals or smugglers, but locals don't just vanish into thin air when you go to check them out." Over the years, I've met at least 7 other military personnel, British, American, even one Polish Special Forces guy, who had similar experiences along that same stretch of Highway 80, always at night, always the same description, figures that move in unnatural ways, that appear and disappear, that can never be found when investigated. I'm not a superstitious person. Before that night, I'd have laughed at anyone who talked about ghosts or spirits, but I know what I saw. We all did. Those weren't insurgents or civilians or tricks of the light. They were the dead of the Highway of Death, still wandering the desert where their lives had been violently ended. Sometimes I wonder if they're still there, dragging themselves through the sand, watching as new military vehicles pass by on that same highway. I wonder if they recognize us as the same forces that killed them, or if they're just lost souls repeating their final moments for eternity. Whatever the explanation, I know one thing for certain. Something supernatural happened on Highway 80 that night, and no matter how many people tell me it was just my imagination or stress or fatigue, I know different. Because you don't imagine something that an entire patrol witnesses simultaneously, and you don't hallucinate bullet holes in helmets buried in the sand. I left the army 5 years after that incident, but that night has stayed with me. Some nights, when I close my eyes, I can still see them. Shambling figures in the desert, forever walking but never arriving, trapped in the place where they died. Story 12. I still can't believe I'm typing this out. My hands are shaking so bad, I keep having to backspace and correct mistakes. I guess I need to get this down somewhere before I completely lose it. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar, or can tell me I'm not going insane. 2 months ago, I finally moved into my first apartment in Clearwater. I'm 23, and living with my parents was driving me crazy. Don't get me wrong, they're great people, but their house had so many rules. No friends after 9, constant questions about where I was going, when I'd be back. Typical overprotective parent stuff. I'd saved up for almost a year working at this marketing firm downtown, and when I found a 1-bedroom apartment for a decent price, I jumped on it. The apartment complex isn't anything special, just a 2-story building with about 16 units. Mine is on the 2nd floor, apartment 2C. When I first walked in after signing the lease, I was so excited I could barely contain myself. It wasn't huge, but it was mine. I spent that entire first weekend painting the living room a soft blue color and hanging up string lights around the windows. I bought plants. I arranged and rearranged my furniture probably 15 times. For the first time in my life, I felt like an actual adult. The first week was perfect. I'd wake up whenever I wanted, leave dishes in the sink if I felt lazy, blast music while I got ready for work. Nobody telling me to turn it down or clean up. Total freedom. I remember calling my best friend Mia and just rambling about how amazing independence felt. Then things started to get weird. It began with my keys. I always put them in this little ceramic dish I keep on the kitchen counter. It's a habit I've had forever. But one morning, they weren't there. I figured I must have been distracted when I came home and set them somewhere else. After 20 minutes of searching and nearly being late for work, I found them on the floor by the fridge. Weird, but not impossible. I assumed they'd fallen somehow, but then it happened again the next day. And the day after, my keys weren't just on the floor, they were inside my refrigerator, sitting on top of the butter container. I live alone. There's no way I put them there. I remember standing there, staring at my keys, trying to remember if I'd grabbed something from the fridge when I got home. But I hadn't. I'd ordered takeout. I called Mia that night, trying to laugh it off. "I think I'm losing my mind already," I joked. "Next thing you know, I'll be the crazy lady who forgets to wear pants to the grocery store." She laughed and suggested I might be more stressed about living alone than I realized. I agreed. That made sense. A few days passed without incident, and I started to relax. Then I came home from work to find every single cabinet door in the kitchen standing open. Every single one. I know for a fact I didn't leave them that way. Nobody else has a key except the building manager. And why would he come in just to open my cabinets? I checked to see if anything was missing, but everything seemed to be in place. I closed all the doors, double-checked that my front door was locked, and tried to shake off the uneasiness crawling up my spine. That night was when it really started, though. The thing that's making me type this with trembling fingers. I woke up around 3 in the morning. I'm not sure what pulled me from sleep. Maybe a noise, maybe just that feeling you get when something isn't right. My bedroom was dark, except for the faint glow of the streetlight outside filtering through my blinds. The first thing I noticed was that my closet door was open. I always close it before bed because open closets freak me out at night. Always have. But there it was, standing open about halfway, and from inside, I could hear breathing. Raspy, wet breathing, like someone with congestion trying to breathe quietly. I froze. Complete deer in headlights froze. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even blink. I just lay there, listening to the breathing coming from my closet, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might crack a rib. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I managed to reach over and turn on my bedside lamp. The breathing stopped immediately. I stared at the closet, trying to gather the courage to get up and check it. Eventually I did, holding my phone with 911 already dialed, just waiting for me to press call. There was nothing there, just my clothes and shoes exactly as I'd left them. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat on my couch with all the lights on until morning, telling myself I'd dreamed it, or it was the pipes or the neighbors through the wall. Anything but what it felt like. The next few days were quiet, and I started to convince myself it had been my imagination. I even laughed about it with co-workers over lunch. First-time apartment jitters, I called it. Then came the night I heard the creaking under my bed. It started as soft little squeaks, like someone shifting their weight on an old floorboard. I was reading on my phone before sleeping when I first noticed it. I held my breath and listened. Creak, pause, creak. Then a soft thump, like a hand pressing against the underside of my mattress. I shot up and out of bed so fast I nearly passed out from the head rush. Standing on shaky legs in the middle of my room, I watched as the creaking stopped. Then the most horrifying sound started, a wet, gurgling noise like someone choking on liquid. I ran out of my bedroom and slept on the couch again, if you can call staring wide-eyed at the ceiling until dawn, sleeping. In the morning light, I forced myself to look under the bed. Nothing, not a single thing out of place. I began to wonder if there was something wrong with the apartment. Maybe there was a gas leak, making me hallucinate. I called maintenance, but they found nothing. I even asked the guy if any previous tenants had mentioned strange noises. He just shrugged and said the woman before me had moved out suddenly, but he didn't know why. That's when the shadows started moving wrong. You know how shadows are supposed to behave. They follow the laws of light and physics. These didn't. They'd stretch when nothing was moving. They'd shrink back suddenly, like something pulling away from the light. One evening, I was washing dishes and glanced up to see my shadow on the kitchen wall. Except it wasn't doing what I was doing. Its head was tilted at an impossible angle, like someone had broken its neck. I dropped a plate, and it shattered. When I looked back, my shadow was normal again. The worst was the figure in my doorway. The first time I saw it, I'd woken up around 2 a.m. There was something standing in my bedroom doorway, just a dark silhouette, completely still. I couldn't make out any features, just a human-shaped blackness darker than the darkness around it. I squeezed my eyes shut, counted to 10, and when I opened them, it was gone. The next night it was there again, only this time it was a few steps into my room. The night after, it was halfway to my bed. Each night it got closer. I started sleeping with my light on, but that only made the shadows it cast more terrifying. Last week, things escalated drastically. I came home from work to find my bedroom door, which I had definitely locked before leaving, another new habit, broken open. The wood around the lock was splintered like someone had forced it, but my front door was still locked and intact. There were wet footprints leading from my bathroom to the side of my bed. Not water. They were too viscous, too dark. They didn't dry or evaporate. They just disappeared while I was staring at them. The next morning, there was an antique silver hairbrush on my bathroom sink. It wasn't mine. I've never seen it before in my life. When I picked it up, it was damp to the touch, like someone had just used it with wet hair. I threw it in the dumpster behind the building on my way to work, hands shaking the whole time. When I came home, it was back on the sink, wet again. The whispers started 3 days ago. They come from inside the walls. Quiet at first, like distant conversation, but getting louder. I can't make out all the words, but I hear my name sometimes. And stay, and mine. I couldn't take it anymore. Yesterday, I packed an overnight bag and went to Mia's house. I didn't tell her everything, just that my apartment was having plumbing issues and maintenance needed me out for a night. I was so relieved to be somewhere else, somewhere normal. We watched a movie, had some wine, and for a few hours I felt safe again. Until I woke up in her guest room at 4 in the morning to find wet footprints beside the bed. And her cat, which had been sleeping on the foot of my bed, was soaking wet and trembling. I left before Mia woke up. I couldn't put her in danger too. I drove back to my apartment, determined to grab more of my stuff and find a hotel until I could break my lease. The moment I walked in, I knew something was different. The air felt heavy, like before a thunderstorm. The hair on my arms stood up. In the bathroom, written in condensation on the mirror, were the words, "Don't fight it." Nobody had showered. The bathroom was cold, not steamy. My bed was soaked through, the sheets, the comforter, the mattress itself, all drenched in what smelled like stagnant water. In the center was that damn hairbrush. I ran out and haven't been back since. I'm sitting in my car in a Target parking lot right now, typing this out, trying to figure out what to do. I can't go home to my parents. Whatever this is, I don't want it following me there. I don't want to endanger anyone else. Oh, God. I just looked up at my apartment window. I can see it from here, and there's a shadow watching me. I can make out the shape of a head, shoulders. It's not moving, just watching. I don't know what to do. I think whatever has claimed my apartment doesn't want me to leave, and I think it's gradually taking possession of me too. My hair has been damp when I wake up, even though I haven't showered. My skin feels clammy all the time. Sometimes I catch myself standing still, staring at nothing, with no memory of how long I've been there. This morning, I found myself in front of the bathroom mirror, brush in hand, with no memory of how I got there. I need help. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what to do. Whatever this is, it's getting stronger, and I'm getting weaker. It feels like it's seeping into me, day by day, like water slowly rising. I'm going to drive somewhere else now. The shadow hasn't moved from my window, but I swear it's somehow gotten closer, even though it hasn't changed position. That doesn't make sense, I know. None of this makes sense. I'll update if I can, but my phone battery is already showing signs of water damage, which is impossible because it hasn't been near water. The screen keeps flickering, and there are droplets forming under the glass. I just wanted my own place. I just wanted independence. Now I'm terrified that I'll never really be alone again. Story 13. I'm not normally one to share personal experiences online, but this has been haunting me for years now, and I just need to get it out there. Maybe someone has an explanation, or maybe someone else has experienced something like it. Either way, I can't keep it bottled up anymore. This happened about 7 years ago, during my senior year of high school. I lived with my mom and younger sister in a small town called Willow Creek. It's not even really a town, more like a collection of houses scattered near a highway, surrounded by dense woods. We were about 20 minutes from Fairfield Military Base, which is important to mention because I've always wondered if what happened had something to do with military testing or something. Our house sat on about 2 acres of land, mostly grass with forest, wrapping around 3 sides of the property. The nearest neighbor was about half a mile down the road. We weren't totally isolated, but it definitely wasn't suburban living. There was an old Baptist church across the highway, maybe a quarter mile from our place. That particular day had started off completely normal. It was late October, and my sister Amber was having her senior photos taken. Mom had set up this backdrop in our yard, one of those fabric things with autumn leaves painted on it. Our cousin Melissa was a photographer, so she came over to take the pictures instead of us having to pay for a professional. The photo shoot went fine. Amber got all dressed up, did all those typical senior poses, and by around 5 o'clock we were finishing up. The weather had started to turn. Nothing severe, just a light, misty rain that made everything damp. My mum, Jane, and I were taking down the backdrop while Amber went inside to change clothes and check out the photos with Melissa on her laptop. That's when we first heard it. At first, it was so faint that I barely noticed. A soft, melodic singing coming from somewhere in the direction of the woods behind our property. I remember pausing while folding the backdrop, my hands freezing mid-task. "Do you hear that?" I asked my mum. She stopped what she was doing and tilted her head. "Probably just the church choir practicing. Sound carries weird in this weather." That made sense. The Baptist church sometimes had evening choir practice, and sound does travel oddly when it's misty out. So I went back to folding, but I couldn't shake this feeling that something wasn't right about the singing. The thing is, it wasn't a song I recognized. No lyrics, just a simple melody of about 4 to 6 notes that repeated over and over. The tune was weirdly beautiful, but also unsettling, like something you'd hear in a dream. And it didn't sound like a church choir. There was something too perfect about it. As we continued picking things up, the singing gradually became louder. Not dramatically, just steadily increasing in volume, as if whatever was making the sound was slowly moving closer to our property. "Mum, I really don't think that's the church," I said, trying to keep my voice casual, even though I was starting to feel uneasy. She paused again, listening more intently this time. "You're right. That's coming from the woods." We both turned toward the tree line, which was about 100 yards from where we stood. The rain was picking up a bit, making soft pattering sounds on the leaves and grass. The day was getting darker earlier because of the cloud cover, and the forest looked like a solid wall of blackness. "Maybe some kids are out there?" I suggested, but even as I said it, I knew that made no sense. The woods behind our house didn't have any paths or clearings where people would hang out. And these weren't kid voices. That's when I started to really notice the strangest thing about the singing. It sounded like one voice, but also like many voices at the same time. It wasn't a group of different people singing together. It was like hearing a single voice that had been perfectly copied 20 times over, all singing in flawless unison. I can't explain it any better than that. It wasn't male or female. It existed in some uncanny middle ground that made the hairs on my arms stand up. "Let's just get this stuff inside," my mom said, her voice tense. She was clearly feeling the same unease I was. We quickly gathered the rest of the photography equipment, but as we worked, the singing continued to get louder and it seemed to be moving. At first, it had been coming directly from the woods behind the house, but now it felt like it was spreading, moving along the tree line toward the side of our property. My mom and I kept exchanging glances, not saying much. I think we both were trying not to freak each other out, but the dread was building inside me with each repetition of that eerie melody. It was like whatever was making the sound was circling our property. By the time we got everything packed up, the daylight was almost completely gone. The only illumination came from our porch light and the dim glow from the kitchen windows. The singing had grown so loud that it seemed to fill the air around us. What had started as something you had to strain to hear was now impossible to ignore. It dominated every other sound. "Mom," I whispered, clutching the folded backdrop to my chest. "What is that?" She shook her head, her face pale, even in the dim light. "I don't know, Lisa. Let's just get inside." That's when we both realized something that sent ice through my veins. The singing was no longer just coming from the woods behind our house. It was coming from all the woods, from every direction around our property. Whatever was making that sound had completely surrounded us. I've heard stories about the woods around Willow Creek. There were rumors about cult activity back in the 80s, and some people swear they've seen strange lights out there at night. I'd always brushed those stories off as small-town gossip, but standing there in our yard with that impossible singing surrounding us, Those old tales suddenly felt very real. The melody just kept repeating, those same haunting notes over and over, and the voices, God, those voices. They sounded almost hungry, like they were calling to us, specifically. I know that sounds crazy, but that's how it felt in that moment. Then something changed. The singing, which had been maintaining a distance at the edge of the woods, suddenly seemed to move closer. It was like whatever was making the sound had taken a synchronized step out from the tree line and toward our house. That broke the spell. My mum grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. "Inside, now!" We ran. I don't even remember dropping the backdrop, but I must have, because my hands were empty as we sprinted across the yard toward the back door. The rain was falling harder now, soaking through my t-shirt and making the ground slippery under my feet. The whole time, that singing followed us, growing impossibly louder with each step we took. It felt like it was right behind us, breathing down our necks with that perfect, inhuman harmony. We burst through the back door into the kitchen, slamming it shut behind us and locking it immediately. Mom leaned against the door, breathing hard, her eyes wild. I stood in the middle of the kitchen, dripping rainwater onto the floor, my whole body shaking. Amber and Melissa were sitting at the dining table, looking at us like we were insane. "What's wrong with you guys?" Amber asked, laughing a little. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Don't you hear that?" I demanded, my voice coming out higher than normal. "The singing?" They both looked confused. Melissa got up and came over to us, concern replacing her initial amusement. "What's singing? We don't hear anything." Mom and I exchanged a look of disbelief. How could they not hear it? It was so loud that it should have been audible, even through the walls of the house. I went to the kitchen window and pulled back the curtain. The yard was dark now, the rain coming down steadily. I couldn't see anything moving out there, but the singing was still going, still surrounding the house from all directions. "There," I said, pointing out the window. "Listen, it's coming from everywhere." Amber and Melissa came to stand beside me, both of them wearing identical expressions of concern. "Lisa, there's nothing," Amber said gently. "No singing, just rain." "That's impossible," my mom cut in, joining us at the window. "It's right there. How can you not hear it?" But they insisted they couldn't. I watched their faces carefully, looking for any sign that they were messing with us, but they seemed genuinely confused and increasingly worried. Melissa suggested that maybe we were both hearing things because of stress or exhaustion. Mom had been working double shifts at the hospital, and I'd been staying up late studying for exams. It was a reasonable explanation, except for one major problem. We were both hearing the exact same thing. For the next hour, the singing continued. Mom and I stayed in the kitchen, unwilling to go into other parts of the house, where we might be closer to the windows. Melissa and Amber tried to distract us, making coffee and talking about the photos, but I could barely focus on what they were saying. All I could think about was that melody repeating over and over, the voices reaching a crescendo that seemed like it would never end. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the singing stopped. The silence hit me like a physical force. 1 second the air was filled with that unearthly chorus, and the next, nothing. Just the normal sounds of the house and the rain outside. Mom and I both noticed it at the same time. We looked at each other, both of us holding our breath, waiting to see if it would start again. But it didn't. Whatever had surrounded our house, whatever had been singing that bizarre melody, was gone. Melissa left about an hour later when the rain let up. She clearly thought we had both experienced some kind of shared hallucination or panic attack. Amber was worried too, but more sympathetic. She suggested that maybe we'd heard some kind of unusual animal sound and our minds had turned it into singing. But I know what I heard. It wasn't an animal or the wind or some kind of acoustic phenomenon caused by the rain. It was voices, perfectly matched, perfectly synchronized voices singing a melody that no human choir could produce with such precision. In the years since, I've tried to find explanations. I've researched everything from mass hysteria to infrasound to military experiments. I've talked to locals about the history of the woods around Willow Creek, looking for any clues about what might have been out there that night. There are stories, of course. Every small town has them. Tales about the forest people who supposedly live deep in the woods, beyond where normal hikers would go. Stories about experiments at the military base that went wrong in the 70s, but nothing that would explain what my mom and I experienced. The strangest part is that my mom and I have never heard the singing again, even though we still live in the same house. Sometimes, when it rains in the evening and the light starts to fade, I'll find myself listening for it, half expecting to hear those notes drifting from the tree line. But it never comes back. I don't go near those woods anymore, not ever, and neither does my mom. We've never really talked about it much since it happened. It's like we both understand that putting it into words somehow makes it more real, more terrifying. I still don't know what was in those woods that day. I don't know why only my mom and I could hear it, or why it surrounded our property before disappearing. And I don't know why, 7 years later, I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night with that melody playing in my head, those perfect voices calling me from the edge of my dreams. All I know is that something was out there. Something that wasn't human. And sometimes I can't shake the feeling that it's still there, waiting in the woods, singing its strange song, and waiting for someone to follow the melody into the darkness. Undit, Story 14. Person, I never believed in the paranormal. My wife Eliza did, but I always dismissed her ghost stories as nothing more than imagination or coincidences with logical explanations. I'm a mechanical engineer by trade, so I naturally look for rational solutions to problems. But what happened in our cottage in Thornfield has shaken my entire world view, and I still can't explain it. We bought the old blacksmith's cottage last spring. It was our dream home, a charming stone building from the early 1700s with thick walls, exposed wooden beams, and a proper fireplace. The estate agent mentioned its history as we toured it the first time. It had been the village blacksmith's home and workshop for almost 2 centuries before being converted to a purely residential property in the 1920s. The cottage sat at the edge of Thornfield, a tiny village about 20 miles from York. It was perfect, quiet, picturesque, with just the right amount of isolation. We'd been living in Leeds for years, both of us commuting to our jobs, dealing with the noise and stress of city life. This was our escape, our reward for years of saving. Eliza could work remotely as a graphic designer, and I'd found a position at an engineering firm just a half-hour drive away. Moving day went smoothly. The previous owners had left the place spotless, and by nightfall, we had our bedroom set up enough to sleep there. We were exhausted but happy, celebrating with takeaway and a bottle of wine on our mattress before properly making the bed. That first night is when it started. It was around 11 at night when Eliza pulled back our duvet to get into bed. She let out a small gasp, and I looked over to see what had startled her. There, in the center of our queen-sized mattress, sat a metal screw. It was perfectly positioned, as if someone had deliberately placed it there. "Did you put this here?" she asked, picking it up. I hadn't. It was about 1 inch long, silver, with a Phillips head. Completely ordinary, except for its unexplained presence on our bed. We'd just put fresh sheets on the mattress. There was no way it had been there before. "Maybe it fell out of one of the boxes," I suggested, though none of our boxes had been opened anywhere near the bed. We dismissed it as odd, but not concerning. Moving is chaotic. Things get misplaced. Items appear where you don't remember putting them. We tossed the screw into my toolbox and thought nothing more of it. 3 days later, Eliza was upstairs in the spare room unpacking her art supplies when she felt something drop onto her shoulder. It was another screw, identical to the first. She was alone in the room. I was downstairs sorting out the kitchen, The ceiling above was solid plaster with no visible fixtures where a screw could have come from. When she called me upstairs to show me, I searched the ceiling carefully. Nothing was loose, nothing was missing any screws. The windows were closed. There was absolutely no explanation for where it had come from. It literally appeared out of nowhere, Marcus, Eliza said. I felt it drop onto my shoulder. I still tried to rationalize it. Old houses settle. Maybe it was lodged somewhere in the beams and just worked its way loose. But I knew it didn't make sense. The screw looked new. No dust, no signs of age. The third incident happened a week after we'd moved in. Eliza had taken a shower and reached for her dressing gown. As she put her hand in the pocket, she felt something metal, another screw. She swore she'd checked the pockets before hanging up the robe, and I believed her. She's meticulous about checking pockets after once ruining a favorite lipstick in the wash. By this point, we'd found 5 screws in total. Each appearance was impossible to explain, and they were starting to unnerve us. Maybe the place is haunted, Eliza suggested one evening over dinner. The blacksmith's ghost? I laughed it off, but without much conviction. Ghosts don't leave hardware supplies lying around. How would you know? Maybe this one does. We began keeping a log of the appearances. Within 2 weeks, we'd collected 15 screws. They varied slightly. Most were modern Phillips head screws of different sizes, but a few looked older, with flat heads and a darker patina. The incidents became more brazen, more impossible to rationalize. I was outside checking the guttering after a heavy storm, standing on a ladder, when I noticed something odd on the roof tile directly above my head. It was a screw, balanced perfectly on the curved surface of the tile. It defied physics. There was no way it should have stayed balanced there, especially after the wind and rain we'd just had. While Eliza was wallpapering the living room, she turned away to mix more paste. When she looked back just seconds later, a screw was sitting an inch from where she'd been working. Neither of us had heard anything fall. One morning, I walked barefoot across our kitchen floor, going from the refrigerator to the sink, a distance of maybe 6 feet. On my return journey, I stepped on something sharp. A screw was lying on the tile directly in my path. It had not been there seconds earlier when I'd crossed the same spot. We were both approaching 40, with no children who might be playing elaborate pranks. We hadn't told any of our new neighbors about the strange occurrences. The estate agent had mentioned the previous owners had moved to Australia, hardly close enough to be sneaking in and planting screws. The most disturbing incident happened about a month after we'd moved in. I was alone in the house. Eliza had gone to visit her sister for the weekend. I was watching television in the living room, sprawled on the sofa, when I heard a faint sound above me. Not so much a sound as a feeling, a disturbance in the air. I looked up just in time to see it happen. About 6 feet above me, a metal screw materialized in mid-air. It literally appeared from nothing. One moment empty space, the next a solid object. It dropped straight down and landed by my foot with a tiny clink on the wooden floor. I sat there frozen, my heart pounding. There was no trick of the light, no hallucination. I had watched a solid object appear from thin air. That's when I truly started to feel afraid. Until then, the screws had been odd, unexplainable, but somehow not threatening. Now I felt a deep unease take root in me. What else could materialize? What forces were we dealing with? When Eliza returned, I told her what I'd seen. She didn't seem surprised. "I've been doing some research," she said. "The blacksmith who built this place was known for his metal works. People came from all around for his craftsmanship. And now he's making screws appear from nowhere," I asked, skeptically. "Not exactly, but I found something interesting in the local historical society records online. His name was Thomas Harrow, and he died in 1742. According to accounts from that time, he was working on some special commission, something important. But he died before finishing it, supposedly from a fever." What does that have to do with screws appearing in our house nearly 300 years later? I don't know, but there's more. In the 1920s, when they converted this place from a workshop to a purely residential home, the owners reported finding tools and metal pieces in strange places. Items that would appear in rooms they'd just cleaned or in walls they were renovating. I sat heavily on our sofa. So we're not the first. No. And get this. The family who lived here in the 1960s reported finding small metal objects throughout the house. They eventually moved because the wife became convinced the place was haunted. Their descriptions match what we're experiencing. The screws continued to appear, sometimes daily, sometimes with gaps of a few days. We started keeping them in a jar on our mantelpiece. After 2 months, we had collected 47 screws of varying sizes and apparent ages. I began measuring and cataloguing them, looking for patterns. Most were between 1/2 inch and 2 inches long. Some were clearly modern, others looked hand-forged. A few were so old and unique that I suspected they might actually date back to the 18th century. We considered moving, but we'd put everything we had into this place. Besides, the phenomena wasn't harmful, just deeply unsettling. We even tried to communicate, speaking aloud to Thomas Harrow, asking him what he wanted or what we could do to help. No response came except more screws. Then came the day that changed everything. It was a Tuesday in autumn, around 4 months after we'd moved in. I'd taken the day off work to wait for a furniture delivery. Eliza was upstairs working in her office. I was in the kitchen making tea when I heard a strange metallic rattling from the cellar. Our cellar was small and mainly used for storage. The estate agent had mentioned it was part of the original blacksmith's workshop. We'd cleaned it out but hadn't done much with it yet. The sound continued, a distinct metallic tapping. I opened the cellar door and switched on the light. The tapping stopped immediately. "Hello?" I called down, feeling foolish. Silence. I descended the stone steps, tea forgotten. The cellar was cool and smelled of earth and old stone. Our boxes were stacked neatly against one wall. Nothing seemed disturbed. As I turned to leave, something caught my eye. A section of the stone wall that looked slightly different from the rest. The mortar between the stones seemed fresher, less aged than the surrounding area. I stepped closer, running my fingers over the stones. They felt loose. Using a screwdriver from my pocket, I'd taken to carrying one everywhere, I probed between the stones. The mortar crumbled easily. After about 20 minutes of careful work, I managed to remove 3 stones, revealing a small cavity behind. Inside was a metal box, about the size of a thick book, covered in centuries of dust. My hands were shaking as I pulled it out. It was heavier than it looked, made of iron with crude but intricate decorative work on its surface. It was locked, but the mechanism was simple. I found that one of the screws from our collection, one of the older hand-forged ones, fit perfectly into the keyhole. With a turn, the lid opened. Inside was a collection of metalwork tools, miniature in size but exquisitely crafted. They looked like the tools a blacksmith would use, but scaled down as if for delicate, precise work. Alongside them lay a yellowed parchment folded multiple times. I carefully unfolded it. The handwriting was faded but legible, written in an old-fashioned script. To whoever finds this box, I leave my finest tools and my unfinished commission. My fever grows worse, and I fear I shall not see morning. Lord Thornfield's clockwork masterpiece remains incomplete. The mechanism requires specialized screws, which I had begun to forge. I cannot bear that my life's greatest work shall remain unfinished. May these tools find worthy hands. It was signed Thomas Harrow and dated April 1742. Beneath the tools was another compartment containing dozens of hand-forged screws, identical to many of the ones that had been appearing around our house. I called Eliza downstairs and we examined the contents together. As we handled the tools, the air in the cellar seemed to change, becoming lighter somehow, as if a pressure had been released. That evening, we placed the box on our mantelpiece next to the jar of screws. We discussed what to do, whether to contact a museum or historian, whether the Lord Thornfield mentioned might have descendants in the area. We went to bed with no answers, but for the first time in months, I felt a sense of peace about our strange situation. The next morning, I woke to find Eliza already up and downstairs. I found her standing in front of the mantelpiece, staring at the jar of screws. "They're gone," she said quietly. The jar that had contained 47 screws was empty. The iron box remained, but when we opened it, we found all the screws we'd collected had been added to those already inside, arranged neatly by size and type. Since that day, no more screws have appeared in our house. Sometimes I think I hear the faint sound of metal tapping from the cellar, but when I check, all is quiet. We still have the box and the tools. Sometimes I take them out and wonder about Thomas Harrow and his unfinished masterpiece. What was Lord Thornfield's clockwork commission? Why was it so important to him that his spirit lingered for centuries, collecting and creating the screws he needed? We may never know the full story, but in a strange way, I've come to feel that we were meant to find that box, to provide some resolution to a craftsman who couldn't bear to leave his work unfinished. The screws have stopped appearing, but I still find myself checking my pockets, looking at the floor before I step, and glancing at the ceiling now and then, half expecting to see a screw materialize from thin air. Some nights, I swear, I can hear the distant sound of a hammer on metal coming from somewhere deep within the walls of our centuries-old cottage. Story 15. I never wanted to talk about this for years, but I think I'm ready to share it now. It's been over a decade since we moved into that house, and sometimes I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about it. I'm 27 now, but I was just 14 when it all started. My dad inherited this old Victorian house from his great-uncle who had passed away. It was built in 1903, all Gothic-looking, with these intricate wooden details around the windows and doors. The kind of place that looks beautiful in photographs, but feels oppressive when you're actually standing in it. It had been in our family for generations, but nobody had lived in it for a few years before we moved in. We were excited at first. My parents had been renting a small house in Columbus, and this was our chance to own something. Plus, the house was huge compared to where we'd been living. 3 stories, including an attic, 5 bedrooms, these massive bay windows. My little brother Ethan was 11 at the time and thrilled about having his own bedroom. The day we got the keys, we met the caretaker who had been checking on the place. This old guy named Mr. Peterson, who had known my great-uncle. He seemed nervous when he handed over the keys and said something that stuck with me. "Just be prepared for weird things. This house has its quirks." My parents are super Christian, like church 3 times a week kind of people. My mum just smiled politely and said, "We don't believe in that sort of thing, but thank you." Dad nodded along, but I noticed he looked uncomfortable. The moving van came the next day, and we started settling in. I remember standing in what would be my bedroom on the 2nd floor, staring out the window at the neighborhood kids riding their bikes. One of them pointed at our house, and they all turned to look. When they saw me in the window, they pedaled away fast. I found out why at school the next day. "You're the new girl living in the haunted house," a girl named Ashley said during lunch. She wasn't being mean, just matter of fact. Nobody's lasted more than 2 years in that place. I laughed it off, but inside my stomach was churning. I asked her what she meant, and she shrugged. "People say there's a ghost on the top floor, a woman who killed her baby or something. I don't know, but my mum says your house has a bad reputation." I didn't tell my parents about this conversation. They would have just told me it was worldly nonsense and to pray about it. The first weird thing happened about a week after we moved in. We had these two dogs, a golden retriever named Buddy and a terrier mix called Pepper. They were normally super curious and explored everywhere, but neither of them would go up to the third floor. They'd climb up to the landing between floors, then just sit there, barking and whimpering. If we tried to lead them up, they'd pull back on their leashes and dig their claws into the carpet. Dad said they probably smelled mice or something, but I wasn't convinced. Then things started falling down the staircase. The staircase had this gap between the banister railings, not big enough for a person to fall through, but big enough for objects. One morning we woke up to the sound of a crash and found a porcelain vase shattered on the second floor landing. The weird thing was, that vase had been in a display cabinet in the living room, on the first floor. Someone must have taken it upstairs, Mom said, but none of us had. Next it was one of Ethan's action figures, then one of Buddy's toys, all things that had no reason to be upstairs, suddenly falling down through the banister gap. I started avoiding the top floor whenever I could. When I did have to go up there, like when Mom asked me to grab something from storage, I felt this pressure, like someone was watching me. Sometimes I'd see a shadow in my peripheral vision, like a figure standing just out of sight. When I'd turn to look, nothing would be there, but I swear it felt like it was growing larger behind me every time. About a month in, I started hearing the knocking. I'd be in my bedroom doing homework, and I'd hear 3 distinct knocks on my wall. Tap, 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 then silence. At first I thought it was my brother messing with me, but one night it happened when he was downstairs watching TV with my parents. Out of curiosity, and maybe a bit of stupidity, I knocked back. 3 times. Tap, tap, tap. After a pause, came 4 knocks in response. My heart nearly stopped. I ran downstairs and told my mum, who came up to check. "It's probably the neighbors," she said, but we were on the side of the house that didn't have any neighbors directly adjacent. To prove her point, she knocked on the wall herself. 3 times. 4 knocks came back immediately. I'll never forget the look on her face, like all the blood had drained out. She quickly composed herself and said, "It's just the pipes or the house settling. Old houses make noises." But she didn't look convinced. Halloween that year was when things escalated. We weren't allowed to celebrate Halloween because my parents considered it devil worship, so we were all home that night with the porch light off. Around 9 p.m. we heard it, a woman screaming from the attic. Not like a TV scream or something muffled. This was clear as day, like someone was being murdered directly above us. Dad grabbed a baseball bat and went up to check. The attic door was locked from our side, with a padlock we'd installed because the door kept swinging open on its own. Dad unlocked it and went up with Mom following. Ethan and I stayed at the bottom of the stairs, terrified. They found nothing. The attic was empty, just boxes of our stuff and some old furniture left by previous owners. The screaming never happened again, but I think that was the night my parents started to believe something was wrong with the house. A week later, Mom invited our pastor over for dinner. Pastor Mike was this older guy who'd known our family for years. After dinner, my parents asked him to walk through the house and bless it. I remember trailing behind as he went from room to room, sprinkling holy water and praying. When Pastor Mike reached the top floor landing, he stopped abruptly. He stood there for a good minute, just staring down the hallway toward the attic door. Then he turned to my parents and said, "There's something very negative spiritually in this space. I recommend you consider doing some remodeling up here, changing the energy." My mum asked if he meant it was haunted. He chose his words carefully. "I wouldn't use that term, but there's definitely a spiritual disruption." So my parents decided to renovate the attic and 3rd floor. They hired contractors to come in and redo everything. New drywall, new floors, new paint. The workers found some weird stuff behind the walls, old newspapers from 1937, a child's shoe, and strangest of all, a small box containing a lock of blonde hair tied with a ribbon. The renovation took about 2 months. During that time, I had the worst nightmare of my life. I dreamed I was in the attic, but it looked like it would have 100 years ago. There was a man and woman in Victorian clothing arguing. The woman was crying, pointing to something on the floor. When I looked down, there was a baby lying there, not moving. The man was yelling at her, his face red with anger. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I could feel the rage and despair in the room. I woke up gasping for breath around 3 in the morning. My room was freezing cold, even though it was May and the heat was on. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw something on my bedroom floor. It was the baby from my dream. But it was wrong. Its skin was grayish, and it was moving in ways a baby shouldn't be able to move, contorting its limbs at impossible angles. And it was making this terrible sound, not crying exactly, but a high-pitched keening noise. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. Then the bedroom door flew open, and I saw her, the woman from my dream. She ran through my room, her dress flowing behind her, and disappeared through my closet door. Both doors, my bedroom door and closet door, slammed shut. The baby was gone. The room was empty. I sat there until sunrise, too terrified to move or call for my parents. When I finally went downstairs for breakfast, Mum could tell something was wrong. I broke down and told her everything: the dream, the baby, the woman. Instead of dismissing me like I expected, she sat down heavily at the kitchen table. "Emma," she said quietly, "I've been doing some research on the house." She explained that she'd gone to the local historical society to look up records on our house. She found out it had been built by a wealthy businessman named Edward Blackwood. He had lived there with his wife and 3 children, plus several servants. According to newspaper articles Mom found, one of the maids had disappeared suddenly in 1906. There were rumors that she had been pregnant. The story goes, Mom said hesitantly, that she had been involved with Mr. Blackwood. When his wife found out the maid was pregnant, Mr. Blackwood forced her to terminate the pregnancy in the attic. I felt sick. Did she die? Mom nodded. According to the rumors, yes. But it was all hushed up. The official story was that she quit and moved away. After the renovations were finished, things calmed down somewhat. The knocking stopped. The dogs still wouldn't go to the 3rd floor, but they seemed less afraid of the staircase. Objects stopped falling. My parents converted the attic into a guest bedroom, hoping that changing its purpose would help cleanse the space. Pastor Mike came back and blessed the house again. For a while, it seemed to work. But I always felt that presence. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of the woman in reflections or shadows. I'd feel cold spots walking down the hallway. Small things would go missing, then turn up in weird places. When I was 17, I started dating this guy named Jason. My parents were strict about boys, but they let him come over sometimes to watch movies in the living room where they could keep an eye on us. One weekend, when they were out of town at a church conference, they allowed Jason to stay in the guest room in the attic while my grandma stayed over as a chaperone. The next morning, Jason was pale and quiet. When we had a moment alone, he asked if I'd been up to his room during the night. "No," I said. "Why would I? My grandma was here." "Someone was in my room," he insisted. "A woman in an old-fashioned dress. She was standing over your bed looking down at you." My blood ran cold. "What do you mean, over my bed? Your room was in the attic." "I know," he said, "but in the middle of the night, I woke up and I was in your room, sleeping in a chair by your bed. I don't remember going there. And this woman was standing over you, just staring. When she saw me looking at her, she turned to me and said, 'Leave this house. She's mine.'" Then I blinked, and I was back in the attic bedroom. Jason broke up with me the next day. He wouldn't come back to my house, no matter how much I begged him to explain more about what he'd seen. We moved out when I was 18 and headed to college. My parents sold the house to a young couple with a baby on the way. I sometimes wonder if they experienced anything, or if whatever was in that house finally found peace after the renovations. But on nights when I can't sleep, I still feel like I'm being watched. Sometimes I dream of that Victorian woman, and I wake up to the sound of 3 knocks on my wall, and sometimes I could swear I hear 4 knocks in response. Story 16. Shaitadin, I'm still not sure why I'm sharing this after all these years. Maybe writing it down will help me make sense of what happened. I've tried explaining it to people, but I either get blank stares or they think I'm making it up. I promise you I'm not. What happened that night at Simba Wang changed me forever. I was 16 when I was selected to be the lead freshman assistant instructor at this adventure camp near Kimpong Wakasan. For those who don't know, this area has a reputation. The locals avoid it after dark, and there are countless stories about supernatural sightings. I didn't believe in any of that stuff back then. I was just excited to have some responsibility and something cool to put on my college applications. The camp director, Mr. Lim, chose me because I'd shown leadership potential during previous activities. It felt good being trusted with such an important role. There were 5 other assistant instructors, all freshmen like me, that I was supposed to lead: May, Aziz, Damien, Sarah, and Kwan. We had all signed up for the 2-week camp counselor program, but none of us expected to be stationed at Simba Wang. The first few days were normal, helping with daytime activities, making sure the younger kids didn't drown in the lake. The usual camp stuff. But on the 5th day, Mr. Lim called all the assistant instructors for a special meeting about the night walk activity planned for that evening. The night walk is a tradition, he explained in his gruff voice. It builds confidence and helps the kids overcome their fears. What he didn't say, but what everyone knew, was that the path went right past the beach. Not just any beach. The beach. The one locals called Pengasingan, the banishment place. It was where people came to dispose of spiritually charged items. I'd heard rumors about people leaving dolls, mirrors, jewelry, and other objects that were supposedly haunted or cursed. I'd always laughed it off as superstition. Mr. Lim showed us a map of the night walk route. It started at the main campground, went through a dense forest, past the beach, by an old mosque that hadn't been used in decades, through an ancient stone gate, and then looped back to camp. 6 stations in total. Each of you will be stationed at different points, he said, pointing at the map. Your job is to make sure the students stay on the path and don't wander off. Nathan, since you're the lead, you'll be at Station 3, by the beach. My stomach dropped. Why did I have to get the beach? But I didn't protest. I didn't want to look like a coward in front of the others. Mr. Lim continued, the students will come in groups of 8, 15 minutes apart. First group leaves at 9 p.m. Last group should finish by 11. Any questions? We all shook our heads, but I could see the uneasiness in everyone's eyes. None of us wanted to admit we were scared. One more thing, Mr. Lim added, lowering his voice. Don't leave your station for any reason, and whatever you hear or think you see, just stay put. It's probably just the wind or animals. The way he said it made my skin crawl. It was like he knew something would happen, but couldn't warn us directly. After dinner, the sun started to set, and a heavy fog rolled in from the sea. It wasn't normal fog. It was thick and seemed to glow slightly in the dying light. The temperature dropped rapidly, and I found myself shivering despite wearing a jacket. At 8:30, we gathered our flashlights and walkie-talkies. Mr. Lim gave us final instructions and reminded us to keep our phones on silent. The kids need to experience the darkness without distractions, he said. Then we headed out to our stations. The walk to the beach was eerie, the forest path was barely visible, and my flashlight beam seemed weaker than it should have been. The trees creaked and swayed despite there being almost no wind. When I finally reached my station, I was already on edge. Station 3 was at the forest's edge, where it opened up to the beach. I had a clear view of the shoreline, stretching about 500 feet in both directions. The water was unusually still that night, like black glass reflecting the cloud-covered sky. I checked my watch, 8:55. The first group would reach my station around 9:20. I had time to calm my nerves. I tried distracting myself by counting stars, but the clouds were too thick. I tried going through some homework problems in my head, but couldn't concentrate. Something about the place felt wrong. The air felt heavy, like it was pressing down on me from all sides. That's when I noticed it. A figure at the water's edge, about 200 feet to my left. At first, I thought it was another camp instructor, but none of them were supposed to be at the beach. The figure was dressed in dark clothing and appeared to be bent over something on the ground. I squinted, trying to make out details, but the fog made it difficult. Part of me wanted to call out, but something held me back. I remembered Mr. Lim's warning about staying at our stations. The figure straightened up and began walking slowly along the shoreline. As it moved, I could hear something. It wasn't exactly a voice, more like chanting. Low, rhythmic sounds that didn't sound like any language I recognized. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. This had to be someone disposing of a spiritual item. I'd heard about the ritual. They would bring the object to the beach, recite specific prayers or chants, and then either bury it in the sand or let the waves take it away. I tried to rationalize it. It was just some local person following a superstition, nothing to be afraid of. But then the figure stopped and slowly turned toward me. I froze. Even from that distance, I could feel its eyes on me. I couldn't make out a face, just a dark silhouette against the slightly lighter background of fog and sand. For what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds, we stared at each other across the beach. Then the figure resumed its walking, moving away from me down the beach, the chanting growing fainter. I let out the breath I'd been holding and checked my watch again. 9:10, still 10 minutes before the first group. I tried to laugh off my fear. It was just someone going about their business, nothing supernatural about it. But my hands wouldn't stop shaking. At 9:15, I heard a sound directly behind me, a soft crunching of leaves, like someone taking a single step and then stopping. I spun around, flashlight raised, but there was nothing there. Just the dark trees of the forest edge. I turned back to face the beach, and that's when I felt it. A hand on my right shoulder, not a gentle touch, but a firm grip, fingers digging in. I could feel each finger individually, pressing into my flesh through my jacket. I wanted to scream, but couldn't. My whole body went rigid with terror. The worst part was, I knew that if I turned around, I would see something that would break my mind. So I stared straight ahead, my eyes wide open, not daring to move a muscle. The grip tightened. Whatever had hold of me wasn't letting go. The pressure increased until it was painful, and I felt something cold seeping through my jacket into my skin. Not cold like ice, but cold like emptiness, like a void that was pulling the warmth from my body. My breathing became shallow, and spots danced in front of my eyes. I was about to pass out when I heard voices approaching, the first group of students. Never in my life had I been so happy to hear 8 12-year-olds complaining about mosquitoes. The instant I heard them, the hand released me. The cold sensation lingered for a moment, then faded. I was trembling so badly, I had to lean against a tree to stay upright. The group came into view, led by one of the senior instructors. I somehow managed to mark them off my checklist and point them towards Station 4. None of them seemed to notice anything wrong with me, or if they did, they probably thought I was just playing the part of a spooky guide. As soon as they were gone, I grabbed my walkie-talkie, desperate to contact someone, anyone. But before I could press the button, I remembered Mr. Lim's warning about staying at our stations. What if I called for help and no one came? What if I abandoned my post and something happened to the kids? I decided to stick it out. Maybe it had just been my imagination. Maybe the stress and the stories about the place had gotten to me. The second group would be here soon. But deep down, I knew it wasn't my imagination. The pain in my shoulder was real, and when I managed to reach up and touch the spot, I felt something wet. When I looked at my fingers in the beam of my flashlight, they were smeared with a black substance that wasn't quite liquid and wasn't quite solid. It moved slightly on my skin before evaporating into nothing. The rest of the night was a blur. I went through the motions automatically, checking off groups as they passed, pointing them in the right direction. I kept my back to a tree so nothing could sneak up behind me again. Every few minutes, I would shine my light around, half expecting to see that figure from the beach standing right next to me. But there was nothing. At 10:45, the last group came through. By then, I was so mentally exhausted that I barely registered them. As soon as they disappeared towards Station 4, I grabbed my things and practically ran back to the campground, not caring about Mr. Lim's instructions to wait until all groups had completed the circuit. Back at camp, we had a debriefing meeting. I sat there in shock, barely listening, as Mr. Lim asked how everything went. When my turn came to report, I just mumbled that everything was fine. What else could I say? I didn't want to sound crazy. But then something strange happened. May, who had been at Station 1, suddenly burst into tears. "Someone was standing next to me the whole time," she sobbed. "I could hear them breathing, but when I turned to look, there was no one there." One by one, the others shared similar experiences. Aziz had felt someone watching him from the trees. Damien had heard whispers that seemed to come from inside his own head. Sarah had seen shadows moving against the direction of the wind. Kwan had felt something brush against his face repeatedly, like fingers trying to turn his head. None of us had dared to look directly at whatever was there with us. Mr. Lim didn't seem surprised. He nodded gravely and said, "The night walk always brings out certain energies. But you all did well. The students are safe, and that's what matters." That night I couldn't sleep. I kept feeling that hand on my shoulder, that cold emptiness seeping into me. When I finally did drift off near dawn, my dreams were filled with that dark figure on the beach walking toward me, never showing its face. I woke up with a raging fever. The camp nurse said it was almost 40 degrees Celsius and wanted to send me to the hospital, but the nearest one was an hour away, and there was a big storm coming. So I was confined to the infirmary with cold compresses and fever reducers. That's when I noticed the mark. On my right hand, exactly where the invisible fingers had gripped me, there was a perfect handprint. 5 distinct finger marks, darker than a bruise, but not quite a burn. The skin felt numb when I touched it, like it wasn't part of me anymore. I showed it to the nurse, who looked confused and concerned. She called Mr. Lim, who took one look at it and went pale. He made some excuse about an allergic reaction to something in the forest and quickly left. The mark stayed for exactly 3 days, getting fainter each day until it disappeared completely. But my shoulder still aches sometimes, especially when it's about to rain or when I'm in a place that feels wrong. It's been years since that night at Simbawang, but I still can't explain what happened. I've researched local legends, talked to people who know about the supernatural, even visited that beach again in broad daylight, never alone and never after sunset. No one has a clear answer. All I know is that something reached out from whatever world exists alongside ours and touched me. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I swear I can hear that same rhythmic chanting from the beach, getting closer and closer, no matter how far away I am from Simbawang. Story 17. I've been putting off writing about this for a long time. 3 years to be exact. I guess part of me hoped that if I didn't acknowledge it, maybe it would somehow make the experience less real, but I can still see my daughter's face that night, pale, terrified, completely unlike herself, and I know what happened in my father's house was very real. I should probably start with some background. My mum passed away from cancer 3 years before the incident I'm about to describe. It devastated all of us, especially my dad. They'd been married for 42 years, and suddenly He was alone in that big old farmhouse in rural Massachusetts. The place had been in his family for generations, one of those New England homes with wooden beams, creaky floors, and too many rooms. My sisters and I tried to visit when we could, but with our own families and jobs spread across different states, those visits weren't as frequent as any of us would have liked. The house had always had a certain atmosphere to it. Growing up there, we'd joke about the cold spots or the way certain doors would close by themselves. But after Mom died, something changed. I noticed it the first time I visited Dad alone, about a month after the funeral. The house felt different, heavier somehow. Dad never mentioned anything, and I chalked it up to grief, making everything feel more somber. But then things started happening that were harder to explain away. 4 years ago, when Mom was first diagnosed, I stayed with them for a week to help out. 2 nights in a row, at exactly 1 in the morning, I heard wooden chairs being dragged violently across the floor upstairs. The noise was unmistakable, that harsh, scraping sound of wood on wood, followed by thuds as if the chairs were being dropped or thrown. Both times I went upstairs to check. No one was there, and nothing was out of place. When I mentioned it to Dad and my sisters the next morning, they looked at me like I was crazy. Dad suggested it might have been the old pipes or the house settling. My sisters weren't any more helpful. "You've always been the imaginative one, Sarah," my older sister said, with that patronizing smile of hers. Only my wife Jen believed me when I called her that night. "Trust your instincts," she said. "If something feels off, it probably is." Fast forward to last Christmas. Dad had insisted on hosting everyone at the house, me, my 3 kids, and my niece Emma, who was staying with us while my sister and her husband were on a cruise. Jen couldn't make it because of work, which already had me on edge. She's always been my buffer in family situations, especially since I came out, and some relatives still act weird about it. The first couple of days went fine. Dad seemed happier with all of us around, though I noticed he'd avoided Mum's old sewing room entirely, keeping it locked. When I asked about it, he changed the subject. The kids were excited about Christmas, running around the house and exploring all the nooks and crannies that had fascinated me as a child. My middle daughter, Lily, had always been sensitive to, well, things the rest of us couldn't perceive. When she was little, between ages 2 and 5, she'd regularly talk about the people only she could see. She described them in detail, what they were wearing, what they were doing, even conversations they were supposedly having with her. As a parent, I went through the whole range of reactions, first thinking it was just an imaginary friend phase, then worrying about her mental health, then finally accepting that maybe, just maybe, she was picking up on something the rest of us couldn't. By 13, she'd stopped mentioning anything unusual. I figured she'd either outgrown it or learned to keep it to herself, given how uncomfortable it made other people. Honestly, I was relieved. Having a child who sees things others don't makes for some awkward parent-teacher conferences. The sleeping arrangements at Dad's house were tight. Dad took his usual master bedroom, but offered to let some of the kids bunk with him since his room was the largest. Lily, her younger brother Max, her older sister Zoe, and Emma all piled in with Dad. I took the guest room down the hall. On the 3rd night of our visit, Christmas Eve, I woke up suddenly. My phone said it was exactly 1 o'clock in the morning. I lay there for a moment, trying to figure out what had woken me, when I heard footsteps running down the hall. Then my door burst open, and Lily stood there, backlit by the dim hallway light, breathing hard. "Mom," she gasped. Her voice was different, higher, tighter than normal. "Mom, I need to sleep with you." I sat up immediately. "What's wrong? Are you sick?" She shook her head violently, her dark hair whipping around her face. "Please, can I just sleep here? Please." She was already climbing into my bed, pressing herself against me. I could feel her trembling. "Lily, you're scaring me. Did something happen? Did you have a nightmare?" She didn't answer right away. Her breathing was fast and shallow, and I could feel her heart racing. This wasn't my calm, collected Lily, who'd faced down bullies at school without flinching. This was a terrified child. "I saw something," she finally whispered. "In Grandpa's room." My stomach dropped. "What do you mean you saw something?" "I couldn't sleep. Everyone else was asleep. Even Grandpa was snoring. I was just lying there looking around the room." She swallowed hard. "There's that big rack where Grandpa hangs his clothes by the dresser, remember?" I nodded. I knew exactly what she meant. An old wooden valet stand our grandfather had made decades ago. "I saw something sitting on it. At first I thought it was just clothes in a weird shape, but then I realized it was, I don't know what it was." "What did it look like?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "It was small, like the size of a cardboard box. And it didn't have a head, Mom." Her voice broke. "It was just sitting there watching me, but it didn't have a head to watch with." A chill ran through me. "If it didn't have a head, how do you know it was watching you?" "I could feel it," she said with absolute certainty. "And then it got worse." "What happened?" I kept staring at it, trying to figure out what it was, and then it had a face. All of a sudden there was a face where there shouldn't have been one. I pulled her closer. "What kind of face?" "Not a normal one. Not like a person. It was..." She shuddered against me. "I can't explain it. But it wasn't right, and I knew it was bad, really bad. So I ran." I sat there holding her, my mind racing. I've never been particularly religious or superstitious, but I've always believed there are things in this world we can't explain. And one thing I've learned from years of late-night internet rabbit holes is that benevolent spirits typically appear as normal human figures. They might look transparent or slightly off in some way, but they retain human proportions and features. The thing Lily described, a headless form that suddenly manifested a face, that matched everything I'd read about more malevolent entities. The ones that can't quite get the human form right because they weren't human to begin with. "Did you wake anyone else up when you left?" I asked. She shook her head. "I didn't want to. What if it followed me?" I glanced at my door, which was still partly open. "Do you think it did?" "No." Her voice was small but certain. "It stays in that room, but I'm not going back there." "You don't have to," I assured her. "You can stay with me." She nodded and eventually fell asleep, still clinging to my arm. I lay awake until dawn, listening to every creak and groan of the old house, wondering what else might be listening to. The next morning was Christmas Day. Everyone was excited about presents and breakfast, and if anyone noticed that Lily was quieter than usual, they didn't mention it. I pulled Dad aside while the kids were distracted. "Has anything strange been happening in the house?" I asked without preamble. He gave me a wary look. "What do you mean, strange?" "Noises, things moving, cold spots, anything unusual." He sighed heavily and suddenly looked every one of his 72 years. "Sarah, don't start with this again. The house is fine. Lily saw something in your room last night. That's why she came to sleep with me. Kids have nightmares, especially in unfamiliar places. This wasn't a nightmare, Dad. She was awake. And this isn't an unfamiliar place to her. She's been visiting since she was born." He rubbed his face tiredly. "What exactly did she think she saw?" I told him, watching his expression carefully. For just a moment, something flickered in his eyes. Recognition. Fear. But it was gone so quickly, I couldn't be sure. "That's quite an imagination she's got," he said finally. "Just like you at that age. Dad, you need to take this seriously. I think there's something in this house. Something that wasn't here when Mom was alive. Or at least something that's gotten stronger since she died." He turned away, busying himself with adjusting ornaments on the Christmas tree that didn't need adjusting. "Your mother would hate hearing you talk like this. She loved this house." "Mom's not here anymore. I said gently. But we are, and I don't think this place is safe. He whirled around, suddenly angry. So what exactly are you suggesting? That I abandoned my home of 40 years because your daughter had a bad dream? I'm suggesting you consider moving back to the condo in town, I said. The one you and Mom bought right after her diagnosis. You were happy there. That was temporary. This is my home. But what if... Enough, Sarah! His voice was firm. I'm not having this conversation on Christmas Day. Go be with your children. I backed off, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. Throughout the day, I kept catching Lily looking anxiously at the ceiling, as if expecting something to come through it at any moment. That night, I rearranged the sleeping arrangements, putting all 4 kids in the guest room with me. Dad seemed offended but didn't argue. I didn't sleep much, jumping at every sound. Around midnight, I had to use the bathroom. The upstairs bathroom was just past Dad's room. As I walked by his closed door, I heard him talking. At first I assumed he was on the phone, but then I realized he was speaking too quietly for that. It sounded more like pleading. I couldn't make out the words, just the desperate tone. I stood frozen in the hallway, unsure whether to knock or mind my own business. Then I heard another sound from inside his room. That same horrible scraping noise I'd heard 4 years ago, wooden chair legs being dragged across the floor. But Dad's room didn't have any wooden chairs in it. I knocked sharply. Dad, are you okay? The noises stopped immediately. After a moment, Dad called out, I'm fine, Sarah. Go back to bed. Who were you talking to? A pause. Nobody. I was asleep. You must have heard the TV. But there was no TV in his room. I went back to the guest room and sat up all night, watching over the kids. Nothing else happened, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something in the house was watching us back. The next morning, I told Dad we needed to leave early. I made up an excuse about Lily not feeling well and us needing to get home. He didn't believe me, I could tell, but he didn't try to make us stay either. As we were packing the car, Dad pulled Lily aside. I couldn't hear what he said to her, but she came back looking confused. What did Grandpa want? I asked when we were on the road. She frowned. He asked me not to tell you about the thing I saw. He said it would just make you worry for no reason. She looked at me with those solemn eyes that sometimes seemed too old for her face. He said it's been there for a long time, and it doesn't mean any harm. My blood ran cold. What else did he say? That Grandma used to see it too, but she learned to live with it, and that it gets angry when people talk about it. She looked out the window at the winter landscape rushing by. But I don't think Grandpa's right, Mom. I don't think that thing is friendly at all. Neither did I. And I couldn't stop thinking about what Dad had said, that my mother had seen it too. Mom, who'd fought so hard against her cancer, who'd seemed to get sick so suddenly and decline so rapidly. Mom, who'd spent her final years in that house. I called Dad every day for the next week, trying to convince him to move. He refused to discuss it. Then, 2 weeks after our visit, he called me. I'm putting the house up for sale, he said without preamble. I think you're right. It's too big for just me. Did something happen? I asked. There was a long silence. No, he said finally. Nothing happened. I've just been thinking about what you said. The condo in town would be more practical. He was lying. I could hear it in his voice. Something had scared him badly enough to make him willing to leave his family home. But he wouldn't tell me what, no matter how I pressed. Dad moved out 3 weeks later, barely taking any furniture with him. The house sold quickly despite its remote location. A young couple from Boston looking for a country retreat. I wondered if I should warn them. But what would I say? That my daughter saw a headless figure that manifested a face. That wooden chairs move by themselves at 1 in the morning. Dad seems happier now in his condo. The haunted look he'd had since Mom died has faded somewhat. Lily hasn't mentioned what she saw again, but she refused to visit Dad while he was still in the old house, and she's deleted every picture that shows that wooden valet stand in the background. As for me, I still wake up sometimes at exactly 1 in the morning, my heart pounding for no reason I can identify, and I wonder what really happened in that house, what's still happening there. I wonder what my mother saw in those final years, and what finally frightened my father enough to leave. Most of all, I wonder about that young couple. Do they hear chairs moving upstairs when no one's there? Has either of them glimpsed a small, box-like figure watching from the shadows? Do they ever wake suddenly at 1 a.m. feeling eyes on them? I think they must. Because that thing in my father's house, whatever it was, didn't seem like something that would ever leave. It felt like something that had been there for a very long time, something that was waiting. Sometimes I consider trying to find their contact information just to check if they're okay. But another part of me is afraid to know. Afraid that if I reach out, I might somehow remind that thing of my family's existence, that it might decide to follow us after all. So I stay silent and hope that it stays where it is, in that old house in rural Massachusetts. And at 1 a.m., when I inevitably wake up, I lie very still and listen carefully, making sure all I can hear are the normal sounds of my home, and nothing being dragged across the floor upstairs. Story 18. I don't talk about this much. Actually, I've only ever told 2 people, and both times I could see in their eyes they didn't believe me. But it happened. I know what I saw and felt that night, even if I was just a little kid. I'm 18 now, but this happened when I was really young, like 2 or 3 years old. I live in a small town about an hour outside of Mexico City. Back then, our house was simple. No security bars on the windows like we have now, just a regular house on a dirt road. Our neighborhood wasn't fancy, just regular working families trying to get by. That night, I remember it was dark, really dark. No stars, no moon, nothing. It must have been around 9 or 10 in the evening. I was playing outside by myself, which sounds crazy now, but back then parents weren't as worried about letting kids play near the house, even after dark. My mom was inside making dinner, and the light from our front window was the only thing breaking up the darkness. I was just playing with some sticks and rocks, making little piles in the dirt. I remember the smell of my mom's cooking coming from inside, beans and rice and something with cilantro. Normal stuff, normal night, until it wasn't. I didn't hear footsteps. That's the first thing that still bothers me. There was no warning, no sound of someone approaching. 1 minute I was alone, and the next minute he was just there, standing a few feet away from me, smiling. He was definitely not from around here. He was this tall white man with the palest skin I've ever seen, almost glowing in the darkness. His hair was completely white, not gray like old people have, but pure white. And his eyes, they were this light blue color that seemed to catch what little light there was. He wore glasses with thin frames, a red plaid shirt with the sleeves rolled up, green pants, not jeans but like work pants, and these clean white sneakers that looked brand new. "Miguel," he said, and his voice was so calm, so, I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't scary. It should have been scary. A strange man appearing out of nowhere, knowing my name. But it wasn't. That's the thing that's hardest to explain. I wasn't afraid. Not at all. Instead, I felt this peace. Like when you're sick with a fever and your mum puts a cool cloth on your forehead, and for just that moment, everything feels right. That's what his presence felt like. He held out his hand to me and smiled. "Come with me, Miguel," he said in perfect Spanish, though he didn't look like he'd speak Spanish. "We're going to see some relatives." I didn't question it. I didn't wonder how he knew my name or who these relatives were. I just put my small hand in his. His skin was cool but not cold, and his grip was gentle. He started leading me toward the dark street, away from my house. I remember looking up at him as we walked. He didn't hurry, didn't pull me along. He walked slowly, like we had all the time in the world, and he was looking down at me with this expression that made me feel important, like I was the most special kid in the world. Not even my parents ever looked at me that way. We had only gone a few steps when I heard my mother's voice calling from the doorway of our house. "Miguel, Miguel, where are you going? Come inside right now." The man stopped. He didn't seem worried or startled. He just smiled down at me again and let go of my hand. "It's okay," he said. "Your mother is calling you." But I didn't want to go. That's the crazy part. I wanted to keep going with him, into the darkness, to wherever he was taking me. I felt tears welling up in my eyes, and I reached for his hand again. He knelt down then, right there on our dirt road, so that his face was level with mine. His eyes were so kind, so peaceful. They were the color of the sky on a perfect day, when there are no clouds. "Someday we will meet again, son," he said softly. And then he stood up, turned and walked away unhurried into the darkness. I stood there watching him go, feeling suddenly cold and alone. He didn't fade away like a ghost or anything dramatic like that. He just walked into the darkness until I couldn't see him anymore. But somehow, the way he disappeared felt final, like he'd walked through a door that only he could see. My mother rushed up to me then, scolding me for wandering off. She grabbed my hand, her grip much tighter than the man's had been, and pulled me back toward the house. "What were you doing?" she demanded. "Where were you going?" "The man," I said, pointing to where he had disappeared. "He said we were going to see relatives." My mother froze. She looked where I was pointing, then scanned the whole street. She picked me up, clutching me tightly against her chest, and hurried back inside. She locked the door behind us and checked all the windows. I didn't understand why she was so scared. "The nice man," I kept saying, "with the white hair and blue eyes." She kept asking me questions. What did he look like? What did he say exactly? But I was little, and I couldn't explain it well. I remember her making phone calls and my father coming home early from his night shift, looking worried. There was talk about calling the police, but in the end, they didn't. I think they thought I was just making up stories. The years passed, and I forgot about it. Or not really forgot, but it faded, the way childhood memories do. It became just a weird dream I'd had once. Then when I was about 13, we were looking through old family photos, and I saw a picture of our old house before we added the security bars. It all came flooding back. The dark night, the man with the white hair, the feeling of peace. "Mom," I said, "do you remember that night when I was little? When that strange man tried to take me?" She looked at me oddly. "What man?" "The white man with the blue eyes and white hair. He knew my name. He was taking me down the street when you called me back." My mother put down the photo album slowly. "Miguel," she said carefully. "There was no man." "What do you mean? You saw him. You came outside and called me back." She shook her head. "I came outside because I saw you walking by yourself toward the street. You were alone, heading straight for the darkness. There was no one with you." I argued with her. I described the man in detail, his clothes, his glasses, his kind smile. I told her how he knew my name, how he said we were going to see relatives. I described how he let go of my hand when she called, how he told me we would meet again someday. She listened to all of it with a growing look of concern. "Miguel," she said when I finished, "I swear to you on everything holy, there was no man there that night. You were alone. That's why I was so frightened. You were walking away from the house, by yourself, like you were in a trance. I didn't know what to say. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. That hand holding mine wasn't imaginary. That voice wasn't in my head. Most of all, that feeling of peace and kindness. I couldn't have made that up. For years I've tried to make sense of it. Who was he? What did he want? Where was he taking me? And why couldn't my mother see him?" Sometimes I wonder if he was a guardian angel or something like that. Other times I think maybe he was a ghost. Or maybe, and this thought scares me the most, maybe he was taking me somewhere I wasn't meant to go yet. Maybe if my mother hadn't called me back. But here's the strangest part. As I've gotten older, I've started to feel like I'm being watched sometimes. Not in a creepy way, but in a protective way. Like someone's looking out for me. Last year I was crossing the street, not paying attention, and a car came speeding around the corner. I felt something. Not a push exactly, but like something made me step back suddenly. The car missed me by inches. The driver didn't even slow down. And just for a second across the street I thought I saw him. White hair, blue eyes, red plaid shirt. By the time I blinked, he was gone, but I swear he was there. I don't talk about this with my family anymore. My mother gets upset and my father thinks I'm being dramatic. But I know what I experienced. Sometimes I catch myself scanning crowds, looking for that face, those eyes. Sometimes when I can't sleep at night, I wonder if he's out there, if he's waiting for the right time to come back. And sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I had gone with him that night. The thing that haunts me most isn't the fear, it's the peace I felt. I've never felt anything like it since. Not in church, not with family, not with friends or girlfriends. That total certainty that everything was okay, that I was exactly where I was supposed to be, with exactly who I was supposed to be with. My mother says I was alone that night, heading into darkness. But I wasn't alone. I know I wasn't. And I know somehow that he meant what he said. Someday we will meet again. I just don't know when or where or what will happen when we do. But I'm not afraid. How can I be afraid of someone who made me feel so safe? Sometimes I think about what he called me, son. Not Nino or Chico, but son. Like he knew me, like I belonged to him somehow. I believe in life after death now. Not just heaven and hell like they teach us in church, but something more complicated, more more real. I think there are connections between people that go beyond what we can see or understand. I think there are beings or people or whatever you want to call them that exist alongside us, but that most people can't see. The other day I was helping my little cousin who was scared of the dark. I told him not to worry, that nothing in the dark could hurt him. He asked me how I knew, and without thinking I said, because I've been in the dark before, and there are good things there too. I don't know why I said that. I don't consciously think of that man as good, exactly. I mean, he was trying to lead me away from my home, but I still can't shake the feeling that wherever he was taking me, it wouldn't have been bad. I'm 18 now, almost a man. Almost old enough that if he came back now and offered his hand, I could choose to go with him without anyone stopping me. Sometimes I wonder if that's what he's waiting for. If you're reading this and thinking I'm crazy or that I imagined it all, I get it. I would think the same thing if someone else told me this story. All I can say is I know what I experienced. I know it was real, and I know that someday, somehow, I'll see him again. And when I do, I think I'll take his hand. Story 19. I've been a professional dog walker in Glencairn for almost 7 years now. It's a small beach town on Scotland's west coast. Not one of those places tourists flock to, just a quiet little spot where everybody knows each other. I love what I do, genuinely. The dogs keep me sane, and I get to spend my days outdoors instead of cooped up in an office. What happened 3 months ago still doesn't make any sense to me. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, spoken to a few trusted friends about it, even driven back to that same beach multiple times trying to figure it out. I can't, so I'm sharing it here to see if anyone else has experienced anything similar. It was the second Tuesday in August, absolutely pissing it down, as it often does here. The sky was that dark grey that makes midday look like evening, and the rain was coming down in sheets. Perfect dog-walking weather, right? Not really, but the job doesn't stop just because of a bit of Scottish weather. That morning I had 5 dogs with me. Brody the Springer Spaniel, Maggie and Cooper the Labs, Sky the Border Collie, and wee Hamish the Jack Russell. They were all regulars, so I had my routine down pat. On rainy days like that, I usually head to Colleray Beach because it's sheltered by the headland and the dogs can run without getting completely soaked. Colleray has this narrow track leading down to it, just wide enough for one car, about a quarter-mile long with passing places. It winds through some gorse and scrubby trees before opening up to a small gravel car park with space for maybe 10 cars at most. From there, you can access 2 separate bays divided by a rocky outcrop. I pulled onto the track at around 11:30, thinking I'd have the whole place to myself. Who else would be mad enough to go to the beach in this weather? But as I turned onto the track, I noticed another car ahead of me, a Ford Montego Estate, brownish gold color with a black roof box on top. It was an older model, probably from the 90s, a bit worn but not ancient. I'll admit I was slightly annoyed. The whole point of going to Colleray in the rain was to avoid other people and let the dogs run free without bothering anyone. Still, I figured I'd see which bay they chose and just take the dogs to the other one. We both drove slowly down the track. The Montego was keeping a steady pace about 30 yards ahead of me. Nothing unusual about that. The track is bumpy and full of potholes that fill with water when it rains. I was in no hurry. When we reached the car park, I pulled into the first space on the right, as I always do. The Montego continued toward the far end of the car park, moving really slowly, like they were looking for the perfect spot, even though the place was completely empty except for my van. There's a slight slope at that end, and they seemed to be inching forward, almost creeping along. The dogs were getting restless in the back of my van. Brody was whining, and Hamish had started that high-pitched bark he does when he's excited. I decided to give the other car a minute to park up and get out before I released my pack of hounds. I sat there for maybe 30 seconds, watching the Montego in my rear-view mirror. It was moving unnaturally slowly, almost like it was in slow motion. At the time, I just thought they were being overly cautious about where to park. After waiting what seemed like a reasonable amount of time, I figured they were settled enough that I could start getting the dogs ready. I got out of my van, walked around to the back doors, and glanced over at the Montego. It was still inching forward, about 30 or 40 yards away at the far end of the car park. I looked away for literally half a second to unlock my rear doors. When I looked back, the Montego was gone. Just gone. My first thought was that I'd somehow missed them driving away, but that was impossible. The only way out of the car park was past me, and there's no way a car could have turned around and driven past without me noticing. The engine noise alone would have alerted me, not to mention the dogs would have gone berserk at a car passing so close. I stood there with rain pelting my jacket, keys in hand, staring at the empty space where the car had been just moments before. I actually walked over to check if there was another exit I'd somehow never noticed in all my years of coming here. There wasn't. Just the gravel car park ending in grass and gorse bushes with the beach beyond. I walked to the far end where I'd last seen the car and looked around. Nothing, no tire marks in the gravel, no broken bushes suggesting they'd somehow driven off-road, just wet gravel and the sound of the waves. I even looked back up the track we'd just driven down, thinking maybe they'd somehow managed to reverse all the way back up without me seeing. Empty. No car. The dogs were barking impatiently now, so I went back to the van and let them out. They bounded around happily, completely oblivious to what had just happened. I tried to focus on them, clipping on their leads, gathering their balls and toys, but my mind kept returning to the vanishing car. As I walked the dogs down to the beach, I kept looking around, half expecting to see the Montego parked somewhere I'd missed, or its occupants walking along the shore. But there was nobody. The beach was completely deserted except for us. The thing that stuck with me most was how the car had been moving in what seemed like slow motion. It wasn't normal. Cars don't take that long to park. It was as if time was different for that vehicle. stretched out somehow. At first, I'd just been annoyed by how long they were taking, but looking back, it was genuinely unnatural. I've heard stories about time slips, people momentarily seeing things from another time. But those accounts usually involve the witness feeling disoriented or experiencing strange sensations. I felt nothing like that, just confusion and, if I'm honest, a bit of fear once I realized what had happened. The dogs had their usual run around, chasing balls and splashing in the waves despite the rain. I tried to act normal, but I kept scanning the beach and car park. Nothing changed, no car appeared, no people. Just me, 5 wet dogs, and the rain. When we got back to the car park 45 minutes later, I half expected to see the Montego there, as if it had reappeared while we were down on the beach. The car park remained empty except for my van. I loaded the dogs back in, toweled them off as best I could, and sat in the driver's seat for a moment. I had this overwhelming urge to get away from there, which isn't like me at all. I love that beach. But something about what had happened made me deeply uneasy. As I drove back up the track, I kept checking my rear-view mirror, though I'm not sure what I expected to see. The rain had eased to a drizzle by then, and everything looked normal. Just a wet Scottish day. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe they'd somehow managed to turn around and drive away without me noticing. But I know that's not possible. I was standing right there. The only way out would have been past me. Maybe they'd driven off-road. But the vegetation around the car park is thick gorse and brambles. A car couldn't push through that without leaving obvious damage, and there was none. Could I have imagined the whole thing? I don't think so. I saw that car drive ahead of me down the track. I watched it slowly parking. It was real. Over the next few days, I found myself thinking about it constantly. I went back to Colleray Beach several times at different times of day in different weather. Nothing unusual happened. No slow-motion cars, no vanishing vehicles. I asked some of the locals if they'd ever experienced anything strange at Colleray. Most just laughed and asked if I'd been drinking at lunch. One old fisherman did mention that the headland had always been a bit queer, but wouldn't elaborate further. I tried researching the history of the area, found nothing significant. No mass accidents, no ghost stories specific to that beach. The only unusual thing was a small note in a local history book about Colleray being used to land smuggled goods in the 18th century. But that's hardly unusual for a Scottish coastal town. Then I started looking into the car itself. Ford Montego estates aren't common anymore, especially not with roof boxes. I checked online and discovered they stopped making them in the mid-90s. The model I saw looked well maintained, but definitely older. 3 weeks after the incident, I was in the pub in town when I mentioned what I'd seen to Malcolm, who owns the local garage. He got a strange look on his face and asked me to describe the car again. When I mentioned the brownish gold color and the black roof box, he went quiet for a moment. "That sounds like old Tom Patterson's car," he said eventually, "but he died about 5 years ago." My blood went cold. Malcolm explained that Tom had been a local fisherman who used to go to Colleray all the time. He kept his boat there during the summer months. The roof box was for his fishing gear. According to Malcolm, Tom had a heart attack while driving one day, though not near Colleray. I asked if anyone in his family might still have the car. Malcolm shook his head. His widow sold it after he died. Don't think it stayed local. That should have been the end of it. A weird coincidence, nothing more. But a week later, I was walking Maggie and Cooper past the local library and decided to check their newspaper archives on a whim. I found a small article from August 12, 1998, about a local fisherman, Thomas Patterson, who'd had a heart attack while driving to his favorite fishing spot at Colleray Beach. He hadn't died. The article said he was recovering in hospital, but the detail about Colleray made my skin crawl. August 12th was the exact date I'd seen the car. Just 23 years later, I've tried to find out more about Tom Patterson. He apparently recovered from that heart attack, but passed away from another one in 2015. His widow moved away shortly after, down to England to be with their daughter. The car was sold to a dealer in Glasgow, and its history after that is unclear. What I can't figure out is what I actually witnessed. Was it some kind of replay of Tom driving to the beach that day in 1998? If so, why did the car vanish? And why was it moving so strangely, so slowly? The most disturbing theory I've come up with is that I somehow saw Tom Patterson having his heart attack. The slow motion movement could have been him slumping over the wheel, losing control of the car. But if that's the case, why did the car just disappear? I still go to Colerae Beach regularly with the dogs. I have to, it's part of my job. But I always get a strange feeling when I park in that car park now, especially when it's raining. I find myself watching for old cars moving too slowly, expecting them to vanish when I blink. Nothing like that has happened again. No more disappearing cars, no more slow motion parking. But I can't shake the feeling that for just a moment, I glimpsed something I wasn't supposed to see. A ripple in time, a moment repeating itself, or something else I don't have words for. I still don't know what happened that rainy August day, and I'm not sure I ever will. Story 20. I never told anyone about this except my sister, who believes in the supernatural as much as I do. Most people would think I'm crazy, but after 5 years, I know what I've experienced is real. I moved to this small town outside Paris back in 2018, leaving behind my apartment in the city after my divorce. I needed somewhere peaceful to raise my 2 boys, somewhere with history and character, not another cookie-cutter modern home. When I found this old farmhouse built around 1820, I fell in love immediately. The realtor mentioned it had been a working farm until sometime after World War II, before being slowly modernized by various owners. The first few weeks were busy with unpacking, getting the boys settled in their new schools, and making minor repairs. I was too exhausted to notice anything unusual, but once we settled into a routine, I started to feel something. Not threatening, just present. I remember the first incident clearly. It was a Tuesday evening in November. The boys were asleep, and I was curled up on the sofa in the living room reading. Out of nowhere, I saw a flash of light in my peripheral vision, like someone had walked past an open doorway. I looked up, expecting to see my oldest son getting water or something, but there was no one there. I dismissed it as tiredness, maybe my eyes playing tricks. But it kept happening. Quick flashes of movement or light that vanished when I turned to look. Always in the living room, bathroom, or my oldest son's bedroom. I know what you're thinking. Old houses make strange reflections, especially farmhouses with oddly placed windows. But this was different. It wasn't random, it seemed intentional. About 3 months after moving in, I was brushing my teeth one night, looking in the bathroom mirror. I saw what looked like a shadow moving behind me, reflected in the mirror. I spun around, heart pounding, but nothing was there. Just the empty bathroom, the old clawfoot tub, and the vintage tiles I loved so much. I'm no stranger to hauntings. My previous home in Normandy, where I lived for 2 years before my marriage, had what I can only describe as a negative presence. Things would go missing. Doors would slam in the middle of the night. Once I woke to find all the kitchen cabinets open. I lived in constant fear there, sleeping with the lights on, asking friends to stay over whenever possible. I eventually moved out because I couldn't take it anymore. But this farmhouse feels completely different. I remember last summer I was home alone. My ex had taken the boys for the weekend. It was around midnight, and I was lying in bed reading. Suddenly, I felt this cool, gentle breeze on my face, not like a draft from a window or door, but steady, rhythmic, almost like someone breathing. The strange thing, all the windows were closed, and I don't have air conditioning. This cool breath lasted maybe 30 seconds. Instead of being terrified, I felt comforted, protected even, like someone was checking on me, making sure I was okay being alone in the house. These experiences happen maybe once or twice a month, never when the boys are around, or if they are, they never notice anything. It's always when I'm alone, usually in the evenings, though occasionally during the day if I'm home by myself. The way these encounters make me feel is what convinced me this isn't my imagination. After that horrible house in Normandy, I'm sensitive to negative energy. This feels positive, benevolent, female somehow, though I couldn't tell you why I think that. Sometimes weeks will pass with nothing unusual happening. During those periods, I actually find myself missing the presence, wondering where she went, if she's okay. Isn't that strange? To worry about a ghost. Last winter, I was sick with a terrible flu. The boys stayed with their father while I recovered. I remember lying in bed, feverish and miserable, when I felt that familiar cool breeze on my forehead. The fever broke that night. Coincidence? Maybe. But it felt like someone was taking care of me. I started researching the history of the house. The local historical society had some records, though not as complete as I'd hoped. The farm belonged to the Levine family from 1870 until 1956. The last owner from that family was a woman named Marie Levine, who never married and ran the farm alone after her brothers died in the First World War. From what I gathered, Marie was beloved in the community, taking in orphans during both world wars, sharing her harvests during hard times, serving as a midwife for neighboring farms. She died in the house in 1956 at the age of 79. Her nephews sold the property shortly after. Could Marie be my benevolent presence? I like to think so. About a year ago, I was in the kitchen making dinner. The kitchen still has the original stone walls and a massive bread oven built into one side. It's my favorite room in the house. I was chopping vegetables when I felt that familiar sensation of being watched. I glanced at the window above the sink and caught what looked like a reflection of someone standing behind me, just for a split second. Without thinking, I said aloud, "Marie, is that you?" The kitchen tap turned on by itself, just for a few seconds, then off again. I stood frozen, knife in hand, staring at the sink. Not scared exactly, more amazed. It was the first direct response I'd ever gotten. "Thank you for watching over us," I said, feeling slightly foolish but also certain I needed to acknowledge what had happened. The lights flickered once, gently, not in that ominous horror movie way, but like someone lightly touching a switch as a greeting. Since then, I sometimes talk to her when I'm alone. Nothing dramatic, just little things like, "Good morning, Marie," or "We're home," when we return from a trip. I don't always get a response, but sometimes there's that flicker of lights or a sudden cool breeze. Last month, something happened that removed any doubts I might have had. My younger son, who's 9, had been having nightmares. Nothing specific, just typical childhood fears of monsters and shadows. He'd been climbing into my bed almost every night for a week. One evening, I was doing laundry downstairs when I heard him scream. I dropped everything and ran upstairs to his room. He was sitting up in bed, pointing at his closet. "There's someone in there!" he cried. I checked the closet thoroughly to reassure him. Nothing but clothes and toys. I sat on his bed, holding him until he calmed down. "It's okay," I told him. "There's nothing to be afraid of in this house." He looked at me with those big, serious eyes children get when they're trying to make adults understand something important. "I know," he said. "The nice lady told me." My blood went cold. "What nice lady?" "The one who sits in the chair sometimes when I'm scared. She told me not to be afraid, that she keeps all the bad things away from our house." The chair he mentioned sits in the corner of his room. It's an antique rocker I found in the attic when we moved in. I've never seen anyone sitting in it, but I've occasionally found it gently rocking when I enter his room in the morning. "What does she look like?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. He shrugged. Old, with a big white braid and a blue dress. She smells like bread and flowers. I've never mentioned Marie to my sons, never discussed the presence I feel or my theories about who she might be. But there's a photograph at the local museum of Marie Lavigne in her later years, with a long white braid, standing in front of her bread oven, wearing a blue dress. My son stopped having nightmares after that night, and he never mentioned the lady again. When I asked, he just looked confused, as if he'd forgotten the whole thing. 3 days ago, I had the most direct experience yet. It was a stormy evening, and I was home alone again. The power had gone out around 9, so I was making my way through the house with a flashlight looking for candles. When I entered the living room, my flashlight beam swept across what looked like a figure standing by the window. Not solid, more like a distortion in the air, a ripple of light that held a human shape for just a moment before disappearing. I stood there, heart pounding, flashlight trained on the now empty spot. "Marie?" I whispered. The temperature around me dropped suddenly. That familiar cool breeze touched my face, but stronger than ever before. Then I felt what I can only describe as a hand on my shoulder. Not a physical hand, there was nothing visible, but the distinct pressure of fingers resting there, gentle but unmistakable. It stayed for perhaps 10 seconds, then lifted. The room temperature returned to normal. The power came back on a moment later, flooding the room with light. I stood there for a long time, processing what had happened. I wasn't afraid. Quite the opposite. I felt profoundly comforted, protected. Yesterday, while cleaning the attic, I found a small wooden box tucked behind a beam. Inside was a faded photograph of a young woman standing in front of my house, dated 1903 on the back. A handwritten note was folded beneath it. "I will always protect this place and those who dwell within these walls with kindness in their hearts. M.L." I put the box on my mantelpiece. This morning it was moved to the kitchen counter, right next to the bread oven. I don't try to convince skeptics anymore. I don't need validation from others about what I experience in my home. All I know is that in this old farmhouse, built 200 years ago, I found something rare and precious. A guardian who watches over my family with the same care she showed during her lifetime. Sometimes I wonder if she'll ever move on, find whatever peace spirits are supposed to find. But selfishly, I hope she stays. In a world that can be harsh and uncertain, there's something deeply reassuring about having Marie's presence in our home. Every old house has its quirks and creaks. Mine just happens to have something more, a benevolent presence that reminds me that care and kindness can transcend even death itself. This morning, I woke to find a single wildflower on my kitchen table, the same kind that grows behind the old bread oven foundation outside. I haven't told anyone about this. Who would believe me? But I know what I experienced, and I know I'm not alone here.